It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. Esau the end of my kingdom's up. On the eagle's neck, I'll press. I woke up from my rest. I woke up from my arrest. My rulership is up next. No vex. Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah.
6 chill, flip.
Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't crowd me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. Esau the end of my kingdom's up. On the eagle's neck, I'll press. I woke up from my rest. I woke up from my arrest. My rulership is up next. No vex. Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
And welcome to the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. As you know, we are located at 8524 South Braeswood Boulevard, Houston, Texas, 77071. Right now, you're in our Shabbat morning class. We have classes Monday, Wednesday, from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., Friday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., and of course, Shabbat morning class from 10 till. We'll just say till. We have classes out in Virginia. They're located out at 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia. Their class times are Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. And also this Sabbath morning class is the same as ours. So if you're in the Virginia area, be sure to stop by the school and fellowship with the brothers. We're all going over the same reading. The brothers out there, good brothers to be around and get to know. So if you're in the area, please link up with them, hit them up. Also, we have another location out in San Antonio, Texas. They're at 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201, San Antonio, Texas, 78218. Their class times are the same as ours here in Houston, but they go an hour longer than we do. So they got the extended version of whatever topic they're going over. Very good brothers over there. So if you're in the San Antonio area, if they're closer to you, and you want to fellowship with the brothers there, hit them up. Great school, great brothers, great edification, great teachers. I love the brothers out there. So check out the brothers in San Antonio. We have other ways to get this message. You can check us out on Blog Talk, hosted by Priest Mashaba. Again, Blog Talk, it's very good if you're sitting at home chilling, or if you're on the road. It's something good to listen to. Keeps your mind engaged, keep your mind focused. A lot of times you can get thrown off by what's happening around us, the elections, the movies, just the media in general. You listen to this Blog Talk, or you keep a class playing while you're moving about the business of the day, and it kind of keeps your mind focused on what really matters.
That's right.
So check that out. We also have other YouTube channels, which is the 5 Minutes of Wisdom, the Hidden Truth Bible Show, and the Israelite Media Corps. So please like, share, and subscribe to those. We're still trying to get the subscriptions up to the VA channel. We're almost there. Almost there. If you can get, if everyone that signs on today can get one person to subscribe, or if you can create one dummy email account, Gmail account, just to subscribe. We need those subscriptions just so we can go live in VA for their live events. You know, like Kazak was saying one time, you know, it helps out if we're having technical difficulties with the cameras. A brother can switch to their phone and use the phone for the camera, but in order to do that, we have to be able to go live. So it definitely helps with different technical issues. And then whenever we're out street speaking, you know, we're able to show you that or passing out flyers. We have a feast coming up, Hanukkah. That starts December 8th. December 8th through the 15th. If you haven't already scheduled a date, get your PTO in, your vacation time in, just like you would for Thanksgiving, Christmas, 4th of July, or whatever holiday that you want to celebrate when you were in the world. Now you're in the truth, go ahead and schedule that time for the Most High, so that you come and enjoy the feast days with His people. It's a holy convocation, so let's do it. I mean, and it's way better than Christmas. I mean, it's 7 days. Christmas is one, or if you crown Christmas Eve too. So get down with the Most High's people and do it in righteousness instead of doing all the wickedness that you did in the world with the holidays, which are like bootleg holy days. All right, so also Israel the accepting orders. So get them in while you can get them in before they start working on these Passover garments. So Israel wear, you know, they have a subscription called Fringed Up. Fringed Up, you can get a headband and a fringed shirt for $75 monthly. So every month you'll get a new shirt, a new headband. Dope. I love it. Especially the last one I just seen. I'm waiting for mine to come in. Very dope. Very quality work. Very good quality work. Or if you don't want to do the headband, you can do just the shirt. You can do just a shirt, $35. So you have that $35 monthly subscription, and it just comes in every month. $35 is automatically debited from your account, so you won't even notice it's gone. And if you're like me, you don't do much shopping for clothes. It's like the perfect way to clothes shop. Because I do no clothes shopping. All right, so check them out at Fringed Up, www.isbhbk.com/Fringed Up. Here in Houston, we have the Hebrew Academy every Tuesday and Thursday, and in Virginia, they have it on Wednesdays. So if you're not in the Houston surrounding areas, please hit us up, and we'll get you out the Zoom link so you can participate in the Hebrew Academy. But for those of you that are in the Houston or surrounding areas, please come on down. You know where we're at. You know how we get it in. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia at 757-300-4047, or you can reach Priest Quatazap at 303-557-8979. And we ask that you please text only during class.
My number. That's how I need to.
Oh, okay. So keep it up. If you need to talk to anybody, if you need to reach out to them, ask a question about a scripture or an issue in life, you know, they're here for you. We also have a business. It's called Sweet Ambiance. The business helps support the school. So what Sweet Ambiance does is we have aromatherapeutic oils, we have your body oils, your men and your female fragrances. Listen, if you've never worn oils before, you're still stuck on cologne. And worst of all, men and women, if you're stuck on body sprays, you need to sit it down. Because you know the body sprays make you stink after the smell wear off. You don't know that, but I'm just putting you down. I'm helping Israel out with this. There's even a documentary on it.
That body sprays make you stink after?
They make you stink. The chemicals that they use
Damn.
causes you to stink.
Ugh.
I've been experiencing it firsthand while I was working in the mall.
I mean, I get it. They do it so you keep buying it.
Oh yeah, you keep grinding. That's why the ladies got to keep it in the purse.
So you spray funk on top of.
And keep spraying. Oh, it's worn out. Oh, before I got out the car. So, hey, check out Sweet Ambiance. We keep you smelling good, not some of the time, but all of the time. So put a little oil on, a dab to do you, and if you want to double up, hey, it ain't gonna hurt. It's just gonna keep you smelling wonderful. So check us out at sweetambiance.com. If you want to give any alms, offerings, or donations, you can drop that into the Wells Fargo account. The information should be right there on your screen, or you can Zelle it to us. We are in need of items for our school. We need a camp band.
Tell them.
Yes, a camp band. So you brothers and sisters out there, wherever you at, if you have access to a vehicle, a camp vehicle that you want to donate, or if you have someone that has a good deal on it, and you want to shoot us a number or a website, shoot it to us, and we'll be more than happy to check it out or accept your offering. We're looking for desks, tables, and chairs for the school, because the ones that we got are starting to break down, and we need to keep the school fresh. Curtains, decal for the windows here. Whatever you can offer, whatever that you have that you think that can be used towards the ministry. Speaker equipment, a computer, laptop, desktop, a dictionary, Bibles, apocryphers, whatever that you think that we can use toward the ministry, please send it in to us. Hit up Priest Quatazop, and he can give you a good address where you can mail those items in. And that's it for the announcements. You know how we do on Shabbat. We get in with these morning prayers.
Con. All right. Let's start the morning prayers. Imadiam Lopanya Yerushalayim, meaning let's rise and face Jerusalem or the east.
That's Jerusalem. Adam is east.
All right. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Barakatah. Hawa'ah. Talanawa. Award. Zayawam. Wada. Aman.
And that's bless you Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light to see. This day, excuse me. Thank you, so be it. Yeah, we need this fan off. And the light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain through the scriptures. Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 16 says, let your light so shine before men that your good works may be seen and glorify your heavenly Father, your Father which is in heaven. Come on now. This one got short.
That's good.
Candles. You can light that candle.
Oh yeah.
And just put it on it.
Candle difficulties.
Yeah, that one's good.
That's good.
Perfect. Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Hawa'ah. Natalanawa. Rayach. Wada. Aman.
And that's bless you Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us a sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. And the frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. Psalms 141 verse 2 says, let my prayer be set before thee as incense. Amen. And that's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
And this is Psalm chapter 121 in Hebrew. Anashah, Ayunyam Yad, Al-Hahoyim, Na'ayah, Yabawa'ah, Isaiah, Yabawa'ah, Ma-Yahweh, Sha'aishah, Shemayim, Wa'aratazah, La'ah, Yonathan, Lamawat, Goya, Yala'ah, Lawum, Shashawamar, Rasher Allah, Yahweh, Shemaria, Hawa, Zoya, Al, Yad, Shemash, Yala'ah, Hakayah, Bayawum, Wala'ah, Alabanah, Walayalah, Hawa, Shemaria, Kol, Rai, Yashamar, Pasha, Hawa, Yashamar, Walakia, Wa'aya, I will learn. Amen.
Psalm chapter 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth, and even forevermore. Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Shemaya Sha'ala. Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. Yahweh Echad. Shemaya Sha'ala. Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. Yahweh Echad. Shemaya Sha'ala. Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. Yahweh Echad.
And let's hear Israel, Yahweh, our power. Yahweh is one.
This is Lord's Prayer. Abanoah, Shemayim, Wadash, Hayah, Shamka, Yahweh, Lakwaka, Aba'ah, Atazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratazah, Kawah, Hayah, Shemayim, Delanoah, Lacham, Kol, Yawum, Wasalakno, Kabawatno, Kasalakno, Kabawat, Wala'ah, Kabenoah, Wanasayawun, Abo, Shainawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Ka, Kamalakwa, Wa'ala, Watapa Rai, Ayulanim, Aman.
The Lord's Prayer, which can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this matter, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen.
Aisharab, Zawa,
The Ten Commandments.
La'ah, Yahayab, Lakab,
Lakab,
Lahayim, Chorim, Al-Panyab,
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ah, Aishab, Lakab, Pasol, Wala'ah, Ibadam,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah, Alakwak'at, Shum, Yahweh, Bashawab,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakor, Hayawum, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa,
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad, Abaka,
Wa'amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah, Ratazak,
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah.
La'ah. Tana'ah. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah. Takanab.
Takanab. Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah. Ta'inab.
Ta'inab.
Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ah. Tachamad. Kol. Asherah. Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Yeshadim. Bahasham Yahushai. The water? The water. Aman. Yeshadim, which means to be seated.
No, put it outside. Kids are in the back.
Put it right by the door.
It reminds me of Rose's hair. That's why I said that. I did.
All right, y'all.
Golden locks.
All right, y'all. Welcome to another Shabbat class here with ISBHBK Houston. I hope everybody had a great week. So we left off with the reading that we left off last week at the end of chapter 17. No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the end of chapter 17 slide. And this week, this Shabbat, we'll be picking up at Genesis chapter 18, verse 1, and we'll be reading until Genesis chapter 22. Yes, put it underneath, if you don't mind. Stop it. Go on, sir.
So, there's a chair like that. It's right in the back. I need you to flip it upside down so nobody sits on it.
Got it. All right, so let's load up the first reader. Con, sir.
I was saying this when we first. I was like,
It's one of them Sabbath days.
Nicodemus, Shabbat Yahweh, Ban Yashala.
Nicodemus, Shabbat Tashah, Yahoda, Bun Yasha Allah, Men of Israel, Amadi, Barak.
Yahweh Bashem Yahshua Rakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakatah. Remember, it's thumb.
Thumb. Yeah, I thought I said thumb, but I said thumb.
It's all good.
Got to get in that test. Hebrew sounds good to me.
All right, so we'll be picking up at Genesis chapter 18 and verse 1. Chapter 19, verse 1. Yes, sir.
Genesis chapter 18, verse 1. And the Most High appeared unto him in the plain of Mamre.
Read it how it is.
Oh, okay.
Because it's not the Most High.
Oh, it's not the Most High?
No.
The Lord appeared unto him in the plain of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day.
Right, so right here, the Lord appeared to him, Yahweh Shai. It wasn't the Most High because the Most High, as we know, it said no man has heard his voice or seen his shape. So, what was that, John 5?
18.
St. John 5 and 18? Right. So, we got to read that one the way it is because it's not the Most High. It's the Lord. The Lord being Yahweh Shai. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And he lifted up his eyes and looked. So like, yeah.
Shit, our phones are on silent.
Got it.
Verse 2. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door and bowed himself towards the ground. Verse 3. And said, My Lord, if now I have found favor
see it? Let me see. I got you. I got you.
Put it on solid.
Yeah, yeah.
I got you. I got you.
Wait a minute. Verse 3, and said, my Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Verse 4, let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourself under the tree.
Right, so you had the Lord, Yahweh Shai, and these three men that appeared to Abraham.
Done.
So, him being a hospitable man, he said, look, I'll grab some water, wash your feet, you can rest a little bit, get you something to eat, right? So we know that these men weren't in the angelic form because they ate,
Done.
right? Angels don't need food or rest. The celestial beings, they're not carnal, they're not flesh like man. So they run off a totally different motivation, which is what? What's their motivation? What's the angels' motivation? What?
Love the Most High.
Right, whatever commandment is given to them to go do. They do that and that only. Right? Where we'll do what we got to do, but we got to eat, we got to rest, right? We got to sleep. That's the flesh.
Done.
Go ahead.
Verse 5, and I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your heart. After that ye shall pass on. For therefore are ye come to your servant. And they said, so do, as thou hast said. Verse 6, and Abraham hasted into the tent unto Sarah, and said, make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, kneaded, and make cake upon the
Hearth.
hurt. Verse 7, and Abraham ran unto the herd, and fetched a calf, tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hasted to dress it.
Right, so you see how Abraham was moving, right? He was moving with diligence, quickness. He wasn't hesitant to be a servant. He was very hospitable. This right here, you know, and you can see where Abraham had his house in order, because when he went to his wife, hey, I need you to do this. Whatever you're doing right now, stop that and do this. What did she do? She argued, right? Surely she argued. Surely she, oh snap. Are you serious? I'm sorry. Whoa. On a side note, Joe Biden got 284 electoral votes. Is that even feasible?
Nah, they just confirmed that he's president.
Is that even feasible to get 284? He ran away with every state that this guy thought he was gonna get.
Yeah.
Wow.
They just declared him winner of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, which they're gonna recount. Georgia, they're gonna recount. Anyhow,
Yeah.
hey, all we gotta do is be careful out there, because you know them Trump supporters, they are gonna be pissed off. I seen one yesterday. They were because the chick had like the Biden shirt on or something. They surrounded her car and started calling her all types of bitch and get out the car, we'll whoop on you, and spraying her with mace. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And she just sat there. She held her ground though. They came with guns.
Yeah.
She just recorded them, but you could see that hate from. And it's not just Trump supporters. Biden supporters are the same way. We can't be naive. Yeah. Esau's gonna be Esau, no matter what he's voting for. Anyway, let's jump back to the point that we're on. You can see how Abraham had his household down to his servant in order. I need this done. Let's get it done. Go ahead.
Verse 8, and he took butter and milk and the calf which he had dressed it, and set it before them.
Right, and Dawiyah made a good point. He said Abraham ran and he was in his 90s. Yeah, he was moving. He wasn't worried about his body, all my aches, my pains.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He wasn't on that. He was on, let's get whatever we got to get done. You know, and, you know, at 90, at this time, he probably felt like he was 30.
Come.
He probably felt like he was 20. It's funny, I was getting ready to come up here and I was like, you know, you start feeling your body. I've been feeling mine. But I was like, man, I gotta make a vow to myself to stay on a regimen. I'm about to hit 40. But to stay on a regimen, so when I hit 40, the aches and the pains and the ailments aren't there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, at 40, we were good. Look at Moses. He died at 120. Said his eyes didn't even dim. You know, I thank the Lord I still got all my eyes, sight, and all my teeth. But how long is that gonna last?
You know. Also, Joshua. It said that when Joshua was about to pass too, that Joshua's strength
Didn't diminish.
it didn't diminish. So I look back at it. I look back at how we were living, where the Most High said that He didn't make us to die. You know, you could see it with certain individuals, right, how they were moving and how they were dealing. Like, it's definitely a different time period. Everything that we do right now, we eat, the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, it's like all death. When's the last time you ate something that actually felt like good? Usually when you eat something, you get tired, uncomfortable. It's like, yeah, man.
Yeah, because it just adds to the years and years of just bad eating and drinking and lack of exercise, lack of sleep. You know, when you couple all those things together, man, you know, you'll come up with, I was looking up vitamin D deficiency. And a lot of us have vitamin D deficiency. We just don't know it. You need vitamin D for a lot of things that your body just does. So I was looking that up, like how to get more vitamin D besides the sun. There's other ways to get it, but the sun is the way to get it.
Yeah, I was reading that with the same thing that you're saying about the vitamin D, and the more melanin you got, the darker you are. In order to get the sufficient level of vitamin D, you got to be outside longer. So then with our
the darker you are, you got to be outside more.
You got to be outside more.
So the more light skinned you are, you're good.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because your
cat's always trying to take it.
No, well, I'll say it like this: the more light skinned you are, the quicker you can get it.
Quicker you can process the vitamin D.
Because you're lighter.
Because you got less skin barriers.
And then that also says that you can't be outside as long as someone that's darker. But someone that's darker needs to be outside longer in order to get the sufficient amount of vitamin D.
Right, I get it. The sun got to penetrate that melanin. That's all it is.
You know, it's crazy when you look at these times back here. Our people is always outside.
So you don't get sick. You don't. People are outside as much as working on the elements. You don't get sick. People are always inside. You're always outside working. You never really sick. Get the, I don't want to say colds and all that stuff. So.
Yeah, because vitamin D works on your immune system.
Yeah.
It strengthens it. Depression. Yeah, I was looking it up last night. The sister put in there. Depression, good for your mood. Bone density. You know, you lose weight in your bones. There's a lot of different things. You can, you can get UV light or ultraviolet light. Yeah, ultraviolet lighting in your house is better for you than the synthetic lights. But I mean, that only goes so far. You definitely want to get outside and, add that vitamin D to the regimen. Vitamin D rich foods, which there's not a lot. Not a lot of healthy ones. All the vitamin D rich foods are like processed. That's the thing. They're fortified with their processed foods, processed and packaged.
Yeah.
So they're not really necessarily good for you or healthy. So yeah, I mean, got to keep that health up.
Yeah.
I always talk about my grandpa. He hit. I think he's gonna be this next year. He'll be 103. But you can see it. You can see. I mean, he's still walking around. He fell the other day, broke his arm. But. And, for me, I'm just, like, preparing my mind. Like, that's going to be, when they fall.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you can just see, like, 103, it took a toll on him. But he's still walking around. He's still moving. He's still mobile. You know, he still talks. He's just a little slower with everything. You know, he ain't got no teeth in his mouth. Still drinks his beers. I want to be, if I would be 103 though, I want to be able to move around. I'm trying to run. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be mobile. I don't want to be 104 in a walker or a wheelchair. You know, so we got to do the things we can now. Yeah.
When I exercise, I notice that when I don't exercise, my body hurts more. When you
Yeah.
exercise, your body stays way more active. I tell people that's,
Yeah.
you know, if you don't exercise, you just let yourself lag at least a couple of months. Like, I haven't exercised in a month, my body starts to hurt.
Yeah.
So, you know, I gotta get back to exercising so I can move around and run around like I usually do. So,
Yeah, you got to keep your body moving, man. That way, your muscles and tendons and everything don't just sit there stagnant. And then you try to move, and then, you know, like I do, I won't work out for a long time, then try to go play some ball. And the injury, even that, the vitamin D helps with injuries, with wound healing, things like that. But if you don't have enough in it, your wounds won't heal as quickly. Your bones, your ailments won't heal as quickly also. So, I mean, you know, when you look at Abraham and you look at Moses and all these other guys, David, for one, they weren't running around eating processed foods. Everything they ate was fresh. Processed foods is the killer of the black man. They weren't running to KFC. They weren't hitting Chick-fil-A. You know what I'm saying? Even when they ate on the run, it was something, they grabbed whatever they was going to eat. They killed it right then and there, and they ate it. Nothing was processed. Nothing was from a week ago. You know, let me store this up in the deep freezer till next month. Let it grow mold and freezer burn. They weren't on that. Everything was fresh killed, fresh baked.
Con.
Yeah, so it was a lot different. You know, they were eating lentils. Think about it, we was going to war over lentil fields.
You know, I used to work at the H-E-B Distribution Center, which is a grocery store out here in Houston. And I can tell y'all, man, like everything that comes into there, all your meats, all your produce, first of all, that's on your meat and produce is on the road for at the very least 3 weeks. Not 3 weeks, I'm sorry, like 3 days. From the time that meat is slaughtered or from the time that your produce is picked, at the very least, but it takes like 3 days at the very least, man, for it to get to the distribution center, depending on where it's coming from. That's at least 3 days. And I can tell y'all it's gonna sit in that distribution center for at least another 3 days, at least, before it actually gets to the actual grocery store. So when it gets to the grocery store, if you're lucky, this is if you're lucky, it's been a week.
Well, remember we went over that one class about the putrescine and the health class that we did.
Yeah.
Putrescine and cadaverine. Meat really sits for like 30 days, purposefully, so it gets a certain taste to it. So you're not getting no 2 week meat. You get 30-day meat.
That's why I said at the
At the
very,
very least.
Yeah. If you're lucky.
Yeah.
You're lucky, it's a week.
Esau's a filthy
But
creature.
but more than likely, it's months.
Esau's a
It's a
filthy
month.
man. Think about it. To sit back and eat 30-day-old rotting carcass. To sit back and think about it. They do it. They I forget what it's called. Not pickling, but where they take a meat and they'll dip it in salt to preserve it. Yeah, it's called something though. What is it? No, not marinate. They'll put it in salt and crust it over in salt. They'll do it for months.
Hard salt?
Huh?
Hard salt?
Yeah, like just hard rock salt.
Yeah, rock salt.
But I forget what it's called, the process. And they'll go and slice that meat off without cooking it and eat it, like raw pork. Because supposedly the salt cooks the meat. I mean, I'm not going to dispute it, but at the same time, the only thing I know that cooks meat is fire. It's heat. What's that?
What you're talking about
Yeah.
is called cured.
Curing.
Curing, yeah.
They cure the meat. Right, curing. That don't mean cooking. This means curing. But they'll sit there and slice. Oh my God, it's so yummy, and you know that's what they be on, and then they try to introduce us into that filth. You know what I'm saying? They introduce us. You know, you got to look at the things that have been brought to us as a delicacy is really the filth of foods. It's all the delicacies or so-called delicacies are all the filthiest things on the earth. What's a delicacy? Escargot. That's damn snails. Escargot is snails. Yeah, shrimp is disgusting. Crab and lobster is sea roaches. Sushi.
Yeah, there you go.
Sushi is not all bad. It depends on what's in it. They do shrimp tempura, but you have sushi with salmon, tuna, and other lawful fish. But then you got like blowfish sushi, which is bad. You got other fishes that are unlawful. But caviar, that you eating fish baits. Scallops, like you go to these Italian restaurants and like I want scallops with risotto. It's like scallops are damn a clam. They bust open a big old clam, and that's what a scallop is. If you see a scallop before it's nice and rounded, it's an oyster. It's a huge oyster. They bust open. But you ever go eat raw oysters?
I have.
They say, oh, it's good for the libido and all this crap. Yeah, but it's raw fish. You eat that. Listen,
You got haggis.
haggis
a
is
sheep's
sheep
heart,
gut
liver, and lungs.
Truffles.
boiled inside of its stomach.
Truffles.
You got tripe.
Tripe. Damn lining.
You got kash.
What's that?
It says it's cow's feet. It's the cow's feet and head.
Hey, I'm like,
I mean, that's lawful. You eat barbacoa, don't you?
You got the tuna eyeballs.
Yeah,
the eyeballs of the tuna.
See, I'm not doing that.
like lengua is tongue.
Lengua, but I'm talking about unlawful food that they say is delicacy. Remember when there was a time when crab was not a delicacy? They knew that it was a trash food, but there was so much of it. It's like, let's switch the narrative on this product. Charge the price up. As soon as they change the price, that's what makes it a delicacy.
It's true.
Our people fall into it and they get sick.
You got the 100-year-old eggs that they eat in China.
You're right. The 100-year-old eggs, they're black.
Yeah.
They're black. What are they? I think they boil them or they ferment them somehow. They let them ferment and they hit them. Yeah, 100. They're just regular eggs, but they ferment them for years, 100 years. They let them ferment some way, and they eat them.
Wow.
Yeah, they get hard like a boiled egg. Yeah, stuff like that. Like, come on, man. The cheese. You ever eat, you gotta watch like how they do cheese in Italy, where it got the actual maggots in the cheese, and they just take a cracker and scoop out maggot. Soft cheeses have maggots and bacteria in it. That's what makes it soft. When you eat those soft cheeses, the reason why it's soft is because the maggots inside the cheese are eating the cheese and breaking the cheese down. So the hard outside shell, real hard, and you bust that thing open like Parmesan, and you'll see worms moving around in that. And Esau, he'll just, oh, so great. And then dumb Uncle Tom Negroes is like, man, let me try it. Let me go eat street food in Thailand. You eating damn scorpion.
You got fried spiders.
And
these ain't the small spiders. These are the big ones.
tarantulas, man.
Big tarantulas.
But
like chicken.
the point is, it all tastes like chicken. Alligator, monkey, dog, roadkill, all taste like chicken for some reason.
Crawfish also.
All that. But my point is, they weren't eating like that back then. So yeah, Abraham running around at 90, living all the way to 120. Sarah living to 100. It wasn't far-fetched because of it tells you. Go to Wisdom of Solomon real quick. We always go here. There it is, the cheese with the maggots. That's big maggots too. You got to see. Oh, there it is. That's the one you want. The soft maggot cheese. And come on, can you imagine the smell? You ever smell like sharp cheddar cheese? Imagine this soft cheese has such a rancid smell. It's literally like curded milk. You ever smell curded milk? What's that?
They say the stinkier it is, the better it is.
The stinkier the better, yeah. And then the softer, that's more maggot eating and defecating in it, and yeah,
Damn.
that's what it is. You eating maggot poo.
Zebulon.
Maggot poo.
I think Zebulon. I think El Salvador got like it's either El Salvador or Honduras. They got this cheese that I think It might be the same way because the cheese kind of has like a bad scent, but the cheese tastes good as hell.
Is it soft cheese with maggots?
It's soft, but I don't know if it has maggot. But I know the cheese has like a bad smell that comes from it.
Yeah, because you have some cheese that have bad, like Swiss cheese to me has a really, like fresh Swiss cheese stinks, but it's a hard cheese. You know, it's a harder cheese. Go to Wisdom of Solomon 1:13.
I think it was a harder cheese because you kind of broke it.
Brilling it off.
You broke it and ate it. Yeah.
Wisdom of Solomon 1:13.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 13. For God made not death, neither have he pleasure in the destruction of the living.
Right. See, God made not death. Man made death. Go ahead.
For he created all things, that they might have their being.
Go ahead.
And the generations of the world were healthful.
Right. They were what?
Healthful.
The generations were healthful, healthy, not just in the spiritual sense, but also in the carnal, physical sense. That's why the scriptures say bodily exercise profiteth little, because you wouldn't need to work out so much if you just ate the proper way. Working out, you got to go hard in the gym because you have no discipline in the diet. Bodily exercise ain't going to get your insides cleaned, and it ain't going to get your spirit cleaned. It was about discipline. If you had discipline in one aspect, then you can carry it over to the next. If you're not up eating at 3 a.m, big bowls of spaghetti and cereal and all the little junk food, then you'll get some sleep. Then you'll be able to wake up the next morning, be rested, be able to function throughout your day, not have to wake up, hit the coffee, a Red Bull energy drink, Nas, Irish coffee. All you're doing is trying to counteract the effects of something you did before. So if you stay up till 3 a.m, eat, go to bed, and you know you got to wake up at 8, but to wake up you got to hit the coffee. You're just counteracting what you did the night before. But then you drink the coffee all the way throughout the day, and guess what happens? You end up staying up till 3 a.m. But then you got to do the counteraction. Like we got to work ourselves into more healthier habits. Get in some rest. Like even me, I've been trying to get to bed. Listen, I've been trying to get to bed by 1. I'm trying to do 1 because 12 is far fetched. I'm lying to myself if I say 12 or any time before 12. That's far fetched. I'm not gonna get to bed before 12. So I try to do 1. Like last night, I went to bed at 1. Usually, I'm in bed by like 3 or 4. It takes a toll, man. I'm starting to really feel it. I'm getting mentally worn down. And then my body just no matter how much exercise you do, if you don't sleep, it doesn't matter.
That's right.
So I've been trying to get to bed by 1. We'll see how that goes. I'm going to start getting all the phone calls at 1 a.m. now.
Right.
All the texts. Shalom. Shalom, sir. Setting myself up. Right? So, diet and exercise, man, and sleep. Gotta rest. Gotta get sleep. I'm drowsy up here now, I ain't gonna lie. I'm tired right now. I am. And I went to bed at 1, but sleep be whack, man. You wake up, gotta go pee, baby, this, that. Broken sleep, no good. Right? Go ahead, read on.
Someone asked a question about soy.
Soy. What did they ask? I don't see it.
Question: can you explain why soy milk isn't good for us?
Well,
I answered it, but
because soy contains high levels of estrogen. So it's not that it's not good. All things in moderation are good. So, like, do I eat soy? Of course. I drink a little. I think I eat things with soy in it. But the problem is, it's been mass produced, and it's been given to us on this high level. So, what it does, it raises the estrogen level in men, but it raises the testosterone level in women. A woman with too much estrogen, her body will compensate for it with more testosterone. So it has a negative effect on both if you do too much of it. A little soy milk here and there, nothing wrong with that. A little tofu here and there to substitute, nothing wrong with that. But if you're doing soy, you gotta look at the ingredients. They throw soy, they try to throw it inside of everything.
they got it in cereal.
cereals, soybean based. So I remember my mom used to give my sister way back. We didn't know this was back in the 90s. She used to give her soy as a substitute for whole milk.
Okay.
So all she did. I remember the little boxes of soy milk. That's all she drank was soy milk and honey. Soy milk and honey. But now I can see why she's so angry, and why she has a overcompensation of testosterone that she rolls with. She got that. My sister got like I don't want to say she has a masculine spirit, but when the time comes, she can get real aggressive, right? And I'm like, where'd she learn that from? But they throw all that soy in. They throw all that soy in the food. They've been poisoning us since whenever we could put our hand out to ask them for a handout. So, they did the 30-year studies. I'm 39, so they've been doing this study since I was 9 years old on Similac and soy milk and Isomil, how the soy levels changes the man and makes him effeminate. And effeminacy goes into what? It leads into homosexuality.
That's right.
So basically, in turn, you're turning your children into homos through the food. I mean, I know it's like, really? They did the studies on frogs. They did the studies looking at humans for the last 30 years. And then when you add all the faggotry on TV, you add all the foolishness on social media, you add all the gay agenda that's out there, and then you're feeding them gay, and then you put gay in front of their eyes. I mean, now you understand why there's such an influx of that spirit, especially on the kids, man. You know what I'm saying? But they can poison you in the body, then they poison that mind. So, you got to see it. It's no different than like the Tuskegee Year Project when they let them live with syphilis through generations to see how it affects generations. Like, oh, we want to see how a pregnant woman gives labor while having syphilis. Well, the baby comes out with no heart, no eyes, no hearing, brain not developed, lungs not developed. Like, what else do you need to see? So they've been testing these things on us. They've been testing these things on us, man, but it's their poison.
It's true.
And this is the product of slavery. I always say it. When you're a slave, you can't determine what you eat. Right. You're going to go to your enemy for the one of all things, hunger and thirst. So, we talk about the liquor and the drink, the food. I mean, ever since you sailed up on a ship in 1619 and they wanted to feed you, they gave you the worst of the worst animal, the worst parts of the worst animal on earth. The pig is the worst animal on earth. And they give you the worst part of the pig, the damn gut, the intestinal tract. I mean, you can't even make that smell good. I don't care if you bleach them guts. You know what you eat. You know that's an intestinal tract. Yep. You know you eating pig ears. There ain't no way to tenderize that. You can pickle them all you want. It's pig ears. It's all cartilage. That's true. Pig feet. Come on. Pig snout.
Yeah, parts that don't really have a flavor, and then
it's just chewy.
Yeah, then a bunch of hot sauce is thrown on it.
Yeah, because that's what niggas do to cover up all types of smells. You can't cover up doo-doo with hot sauce.
Y'all ever just went on YouTube and just watched a pig, like the pigs that you eat, like at the pig farm? Now having the mentality of knowing about the Most High's laws and why he likes certain things and why he calls certain things clean and unclean. Just go on YouTube and watch a pig farm. Look at a pig farm. Like, you gonna be like, damn, I used to eat this?
Just the smell alone.
Yep.
Golly, man. When you just look at the pig, you're like, golly, man, we used to eat this. Yep. We used to. Damn. Yeah. Just took me back to the
Yeah, but we've been poisoned. And you're not done with that scripture. What's that?
I was gonna say, people don't take in consideration what the cows eat. They eat soybeans. So, and they eat like masses and masses of it, and it's all in our meat that we eat.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, they feed the animals. They feed them corn and soy products. So that's in their flesh. You eat that. I mean, but going back to why Abraham could be at this age and move the way he did, why Moses could be at his age, Joshua, and a lot of these other great men. We know all the men before Noah living hundreds and hundreds of years. They didn't turn to a Red Bull for energy. You didn't get wings from the Red Bull. Like Red Bull give you wings. They wasn't taking pre-workout. You know what I'm saying? They weren't doing it. Yeah, like random pre-workout. You're not even working out. I mean, let's think about it, right? They weren't doing that. They weren't just, popping into your local KFC 30 herbs and spices or 11 herbs and spices. They weren't doing that. They were eating things that weren't poisonous. Go ahead, finish that.
And there is no poison of destruction in them.
Right.
Nor the kingdom of death upon the earth.
Right.
For righteousness is immortal.
Yeah, but righteousness is immortal. Keeping the law, this is where you get your immortality. This is where you get the body can live longer. The mind can live longer. The mind is no longer weighed down by the body and vice versa. These men weren't eating and then having the itis. The niggas invented the itis in the early 90s. Or whenever that was invented. The ITS, anything that has ITS on it is inflammation. Arthritis, right? That's inflammation of whatever. ITS means inflammation. Gastritis, that's inflammation of your gastral tract. What else you got of the TIS? The ITS. Arthritis. And then you got different types of arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, and a few different ITSs. It's inflammation. So that's not something that we roll around with, just inflamed in the gut, in the bowel. You know what I'm saying? Inflamed in the mind. Because of the way we dealt with things around us. The way we fed our animals. They grazed on natural land. We weren't hitting them with the soy and the corn. We weren't eating the unlawful foods. Jump back. Read verse 16 and then jump back.
But ungodly men with their works and words.
Yeah, see, ungodly men with their works. Well, I want to try to get this pig, this jerk pork. I want to see what this jerk pork's hitting like. Chicken ain't good enough. Beef ain't good enough. Let's see what the pig tastes like. He looks fun. It looks fun. It looks like a good meat, even though it don't. A pig don't even look like good meat. Ugh. It's just all. You ever see them butcher a pig?
Bruh.
The thick layer of fat. The fat to skin or fat to flesh ratio. Whew. It's disgusting. Where you can literally peel back that fat and have a layer of fat this thick. And meat that you can eat that thick. And they're like, oh, that's what gives the flavor. It's the sweetness. That fat contains all that pig's whole life. All the toxins and all the whatever that pig got bit by and whatever that pig ate goes right into that fat. And that's where you get your chicharrones, right? Fried up pig skins. Ugh. Man, oh man. Read on.
Called it to them.
Right?
For when they thought to have it their friend.
See, you thought that the pig was your friend. You thought the bad eating was going to be your friend. The Four Locos and the pre-workout. Right? You thought that was going to be your friend. Go ahead.
They consumed it to not.
Go ahead.
And made a covenant with it.
It said they consumed to not and made a covenant with it. Go ahead.
Because they are worthy to take part with it.
Right. You consume to not, man, in these things. And this is what's been going on with us. We've been, as much as we've been putting our spirit in there, if you don't got that health on point, it's going to consume you. After a while, the aches, the pains, the ailments, when you wake up, the worst thing is when you wake up and you take the first step out of your bed and you injure yourself. That happened to me once. I was like, what is going on? Like, I twisted my whole ankle, but it didn't twist. I just got out the bed, took 2 steps. So now when I get out the bed, I got to be real ginger.
Yeah.
I got to walk real gingerly before I can to get my body to adjust. It's weird. And I'm like, yeah, I got to get back working out. Gotta make sure I'm eating right, more water, you know, because that's the times we in.
Come on, bro.
Jump back to Genesis.
Oh, that's just a question. I
Uh,
don't know if you want to uphold it or,
is it on what we're talking about?
well, how we're talking. He said we're hitting the angels in reading.
Where we at? Who asked it? Are angels able to make choices because Lucifer chose to fall and he took some of the angels with him?
Didn't they go over that? Virginia?
When?
Last night,
Did they?
about the angel.
Did they talk about this
Angel-
specifically?
Angel, no, the morning star was Satan, the morning star, and the Howard Shaw was the morning star. Something like that.
Yeah.
Howard Shaw was
Yeah,
the star.
they
Satan
touched
was the morning star.
on Isaiah where it speaks of Lucifer in Virginia last night.
Right.
14 and 12.
Right, Isaiah 14 and 12. Well, I'll get back to you on this question. I'll get back to you on this one. Actually, you know what you do? We actually did a whole class on it for the angels. We did a whole class. Look for the class. It says the class is. Man, I just sent it to somebody. Is it Angelic Secrets?
That sounds like the class we did.
Angelic Secrets Con. There's a part 1, part 2.
Part 1 and part 2. Is it a class that I did or Kazakia?
What was that?
We're gonna put the class in the chat. I did that. Yeah, put that in the chat. Go through that one. That should answer your question. That should answer your question.
Thoroughly.
Yeah, that question is one of them questions where you got to kind of get a lot of it. You got to get all the information. So, let's jump back to Revelations. Jump back to Genesis.
Genesis.
Yeah, we answer a lot of your questions. We do them in class form because we know people have been asking these questions from a while back. So we just do a class on it. That way, y'all have it. So yeah, shut them that. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 18, verse 8. And he took butter and milk and the calf which he had dressed it and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree. And they
Hold on real quick. Didn't Raphael come in the form of a man to assist Tobias? He ate and drank with him on his journey. Yeah, you said it. He came in the form of a man. He came in the form of a man. That's why he had to reveal himself. Is Tobit, the 12th chapter. That's why he had to reveal himself as Raphael, one of the 7 holy angels. The angels had the power to come as a man or come as an angel.
Yeah.
Remember, if they came as what Ezekiel described as the angels, who would be able to withstand the way they looked? Remember, they looked like a man, a lion, an eagle, and an ox. Where's a beer? Man, lion,
It
eagle.
was an eagle, lion, ox. It's an eagle, lion, ox, and a man.
Yeah, they had 4 faces and wings. So,
And then
who would be able to withstand when Gabriel came to Mary?
yeah,
You think he was gonna be able to? You think he was gonna look like what the angels look like in Ezekiel? Nah, he couldn't, because she was already nervous just off of the fact that he came to her. She knew what was up, right? She knew what was up. That's why she feared. She feared about what salutation it was.
Yeah,
What salutation? She knew that it was an angel. But imagine if he would have came in that angelic form. Psh, come on, man. Cat appeared to you just huge. You know how big the angels are? They're huge. And then they got 4 faces and wings, and they just be. Nah, we wouldn't be able to deal with that. What's that?
It's funny, I wasn't watching it, but my dad, it was him watching the show, and it was a part that I walked in on, and it showed there was an angel, but he came down in like a form of a man, and he wouldn't expose what he really looked like. Something nobody could withstand it.
Yeah.
And then this witch tried to like see his true form.
Yeah.
And her eyes just
Like melted. Yeah. It's supernatural?
Yes.
He knows.
I got a question.
What's that?
Like,
Well, let me finish this real quick. So, remember, Ezekiel describes the angels as the way they looked, but then they couldn't come down and appear to man that way. The angels can transfigure their appearance. I'll give you one. Just when, after Yahushua died, was crucified and rose from the dead, and it said he walked with the apostles from one city to the next, and they didn't know it was him. And he taught them all the things concerning him in the prophecies. He was walking with them for a few, it had to be a couple of miles, right?
Yeah.
And for them to not understand or know, that it was Christ that was walking with them, why? He was able to transfigure his face and change his appearance. Why? Because when you have that angelic form, listen, remember, celestial and the terrestrial, which we're the terrestrial. The celestial, you can control, molecules ain't a thing. Molecules and anatomy, they're not confined by the construct of anatomy. They can change their anatomy. How else can they have four faces? They could appear like whatever they want. The angel that came to Manoah, Samson's dad. What's your name? He's like, don't worry about all that. But it said he came looking what? He came looking very handsome. He was handsome, right? Why did he come looking like that? Because he didn't want to scare her off. He didn't want to scare off his mom. If he would have came looking like a ox, an eagle, a man, she would have probably died. Remember when he said it? We gonna die because we seen God?
Oh yeah, when you went to the flames?
Yeah, he said we gonna die because we seen God. She was like, we're not gonna die, else we'd already be dead. But just the appearance alone, they're like, oh no, that's death. So yes, Raphael did come down, and he came into that mortal fashion to be able to eat, to be able to drink, to be able to not be recognized as an angel. You see that? Yeah, what you got? 1 Corinthians 15, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Somebody give me 1 Corinthians chapter 15 and verse, you can start at verse 38. 1 Corinthians chapter 15 and verse 38.
1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 38.
Go ahead.
But God giveth it a body as it hath pleased him,
Go ahead.
and to every seed his own body.
Go ahead.
All flesh is not the same flesh, but there is one kind of flesh of men, another flesh of beasts, another of fishes, and another of birds.
Go ahead.
There are also celestial bodies.
See that? Celestial bodies,
Yep.
which are the angels. They come in that celestial body. Like the moon, the sun, the stars. Those are considered celestial beings.
Yep.
The sun, the moon, and the stars ain't what you think. Like it's something physical. Something like physically there. Like that's a celestial thing.
Yeah.
That the sun, the moon, and the stars are on angelic realm. The firmament is on angelic realm. Think about the air you breathe. That's almost celestial.
And the definition of celestial, real quick, is heavenly, belonging or relating to heaven.
Or that fourth dimension, that spiritual realm.
Con.
Go ahead.
And bodies terrestrial.
Which would be us. We are terrestrial. We are terrestrial. Flesh. Running off of sleep. Running off of sex. Running off of food. Right? Trying to do what? We're trying to run off of the same things that the angels run on, which is the spirit. Right? Go ahead.
But the glory of the celestial is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another.
Two different glories. Two different beings. Two different manner of living. Right? Go ahead.
There is one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars.
See that? They're celestials, man. Go ahead.
For one star different from another star in glory.
Right?
So also is the resurrection of the dead.
Right. That's it,
that's
man.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're dealing with terrestrial. That's why, like, when they talk about aliens, What do they call them?
ETs.
What was E.T.?
Extraterrestrial.
Extraterrestrial. Right? Extra meaning outer. They were out, but they were terrestrial. They didn't call them celestial. The only thing that's celestial would be something angelic.
I got a question.
What you got?
Like when they in their natural form, the angels,
Right.
they don't have sex or eat, right?
Right, it tells you that.
But when they come in the flesh, they can eat and have sex.
They can eat. I mean, it never talks about an angel having sex, in whatever form he's in, but they can eat. Yeah, they come into that. They come into that physical form. They can definitely eat. Raphael did it. He ate with Tobias on their journey.
I know when they were with Lot, they ate too,
With Lot.
because he fixed them some like.
Well, remember. Yeah, we'll read about Lot. Because the same men that are here, the same 3 men, or the same 2 of those men went to Lot.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Go ahead, where we at?
Genesis chapter 18, verse 8, starts from the top. And he took butter and milk and the calf which he had dressed it, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. Verse 9. And they said unto him, Where is Sarah thy wife? And he said, Behold, in the tent. Verse 10. And he said, I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah thy wife shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent door, which was behind him. Verse 11. Now Abraham and Sarah was old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of woman.
Right, meaning, what happens to a woman after she gets to a certain age? What ceases to be with her?
Like fertile.
Right, what the urge, basically what you women go through now is called menopause.
Yeah.
Right, she wasn't on that. The desire to have kids and those maternal instincts, that was gone with her. She was up in age. Right, go ahead.
Verse 12. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, said, After I am waxed and old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord, being old also. Verse 13.
I mean, remember, what happens to even men as they age, their desire sexually starts to go away. Right? When you're young, when you in your 15 all the way up, man.
I'm still that.
Okay. Come on, sir. And some men differ. Some men differ. But as we age, the scriptures tell us, man, through time we weaken. As age, we weaken. Yeah, but what'd you say? As you exercise, right? You keep that exercise, you keep your body in good shape. You know, that all works in libido. All that stuff works into how you keep your body and what you eat, testosterone levels, things like that. So it's really how you take care of yourself. Go ahead.
Verse 12. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, said, After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also. Verse 13. And the Lord said unto Abraham, Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surely bear a child which am old? Verse 14. Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the time appointed, I will return unto thee, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Verse 15. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not, for she was afraid. And he said, Nay, but thou did laugh.
You laughed.
Verse 16. And the man rose up from thence and looked toward Sodom, and Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. Verse 17. And the Lord said, Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Verse 18. Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. Verse 19. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the ways of the Lord to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he had spoken of him. Verse 20. The Lord said, because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous. Verse 21. I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it.
Yeah, because the Sodomites were, it said they became very grievous to their neighbors. And they were basically, anybody that came into their gates, bro, basically they was turning men out.
They wanted to aim.
Yeah. Anybody that went into their gates, man, it makes you wonder how the hell did Lot survive?
For real.
How did Lot not get, how did they come on to him? How did Lot survive the way they was rolling? Let's see if I can find this. It's
Good point.
page 43. How did Lot survive? Right, so let's see here. Seeing if I can find it in this Josephus. Sodom. Isaac took Rebecca. Not there yet. Abraham's wife, how she ended her days. It was Abraham concerning Elimelech, Ishmael, son of Abraham, concerning her babies, how they went through the nation of Sodomites. Right. How this is the Josephus history book, reference book. It's not the Bible. All right, we use it for reference. We use what lines up with the scriptures. I'll read it real quick. This is page 40 in the blue one. It's book 1, chapter 11, section 1. Let's see here, I'll read it. It says, about this time, the Sodomites grew proud on account of their riches and great wealth. So they were a wealthy city. They became unjust towards men and impious towards God. Now, where did they get their impiety from? Who was their forefather? Ham. You got to look at, when you look at the line of Ham, after Ham, you had Mizraim, you had Cush, right? You had all these sons, and they neglected to teach their children. That was basically it. They neglected to teach their sons, and so Cush ended up having Canaan, the Canaanites, and then the Canaanites, they were just straight idol worshippers. Nimrod, we know what he was on, building the Tower of Babel, trying to ascend to the heavens, right? So they were just, that whole line, man, that Hamitic line, that's why the Most High didn't want us to deal with them. That's why he told us to go into the land of Canaan and wipe them out, because they were filthy. They were filthy, and this is part of the filth. It says they grew impious to the Most High, inasmuch that they did not call to mind the advantages they received from him. They hated strangers and abused themselves with sodomatical practices. So anybody that came to their gates, they basically turned them out. They made them slaves and turned them into homos. God was therefore much displeased at them and determined to punish them for their pride.
It's the same thing with America.
Same thing with America. You come into the land of the free, home of the gay, and they're gonna make sure you give up some of that shoot. You want to be down with death row?
Oh, wow.
You want to be down with death row? You're gonna give some of that up. You want to be down with America? We're gonna turn you out.
You know, it's back then it's like they literally did it, but now the way America rolls is America. They manipulated the mind. That's why the scripture says that in this place you're drunken with America's wine, with America's influence. Back then they just did it to you, but America now, they perfected it where they didn't influence your mind so much that back then where they would force you, here in America you just naturally just give it up.
Bewitched.
Yeah.
Right.
around the world.
I'll finish this up. So God was therefore much displeased at them and determined to punish them for their pride and to overthrow their city and to lay waste their country until there should neither plant nor fruit grow out of it. And I mean, you go to Sodom and Gomorrah now, or where Sodom and Gomorrah is believed to be, that place is still a bunch of sulfur. It's still, you can see the brimstone, which is, what is it, sulfur stones? Nothing grows in Sodom and Gomorrah. Nothing grows in that region.
Yeah.
Right there by the black, what is it, by the black, it's right there by the Salt Sea, actually. Nothing grows there, man. Why? Because that's where the Most High rained down brimstone and hail and fire on them cities. Go back to Genesis.
Genesis chapter 18, verse 21, starting from the top. I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me. And if not, I will know. Verse 22. And the man turned their face from thence and went toward Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before the Lord. Verse 23. And Abraham drew near and said, Wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Verse 24. Peradventure, there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the filthy righteous that are therein? Verse 25. That be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked, that be far from thee. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right?
Con. Can I get somebody to give me 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 11 real quick? 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 11. And what is Abraham doing right here? What is Abraham doing? We'll see.
He asked him, would he gonna kill everybody or spare somebody that are righteous?
Con.
There was a question, like back a little bit.
What was the question?
What did it say?
I feel like Sarah was in a bit of trouble when she laughed. Did she get any punishment for mocking or being unfaithful?
No, not that I've read. No, because even watch this. Watch this. Hebrews. I think Hebrews says that. She wasn't, I mean, it wasn't that she, I mean, it doesn't talk about any punishment. And if you read Hebrews 11:11, it said that she was being faithful. Just think about it. The first thing that comes to anybody's mind that's 100 years old is, wait a minute. A baby?
How's that gonna happen?
Right? But then, all it was, all she had to go do was what? To have the baby. Faith without what is dead? Right. So she did do the work, which was what? She had to go lay with Abraham, right? That's the way babies come. The baby didn't pop into her gut. So, no, they didn't say anything about a punishment for her laughing, you know. But it did say, go to Hebrews 11:11 real quick.
Hebrews 11, chapter 11.
Right?
Through faith, also Sarah herself received strength
Right?
and conceived seed
Right?
and was delivered of a child when she was past age,
Right?
because she judged him faithful who had promised.
Right. So it said that she had faith. She just chuckled at the thought, like, really? I'm gonna have pleasure?
Yeah.
Think about the pleasure, the urge to want to. They were old. She was old. It said it ceased with her. The manner of women ceased with her. So again, that's why we went through the little bit of the menopause, because women, when they go through that stage of menopause and things like that, even their sexual urge diminishes. Their urge for intercourse diminishes. So that's more what she was chuckling at. She didn't say, when she read it, she said, watch, read Genesis chapter 18 and verse 12. She laughed at the fact that she was going to have pleasure. Watch, read.
Genesis chapter 18, verse 12.
Right?
Therefore Sarah laughed within herself,
Right?
saying, after I am waxed old,
Right?
shall I have pleasure?
Right?
My Lord being old also.
Right. You see that? Like, I'm going to have a desire. I'm going to have pleasure again. I'm old. We old. We're past that. So that's what it was, really. It wasn't the fact that she didn't believe that the Most High could get her open up that womb at her age. She was just like, I'm going to have pleasure. I'm going to have the urge. I'm past the feeling. Me and him, we doing what old couples do. What do old couples do, man? They sit around, watch Jeopardy,
Yeah, on the porch.
sit on the porch, go to bed at 7. They go to old people's dinner, right? Not all old couples, right? But chill on the porch. They in bed by a certain time. They up by a certain time. But after a while, man, intercourse is not something that's on the main gate. That's why they invented the blue pill. That's what gets that going.
Yeah.
That's what gets the mind might be willing, but the body ain't always able. That's why you got Viagra and Cialis and all other little enhancements, right? So that's what that was going into. But it said in Hebrews that she had faith.
Yeah.
She had the faith to. How did we know she had faith? Well, because she ended up conceiving.
That's true.
She ended up having a baby, so she had to have the faith to do the works.
Okay.
She just chuckled at herself like, come on now. I ain't had that feeling in a while. I'm going to get that? Okay. Right? Little chuckle. Anyway, jump back.
Dinah was saying she did deny laughing, though. And, when Sarah denied laughing, you got to remember Christ was an austere man. You know what I mean? So when he was like, why'd you laugh? She was probably like, oh, crap, you knew I laughed? Because remember, she didn't laugh like right there with them.
And outwardly, she laughed.
She was still in her tent. She overheard.
Verse 12 says, therefore Sarah laughed within herself.
Gone.
Oh, okay, God.
Yeah,
See,
it wasn't
Like, say
outward.
something in your
So
mind.
Yahweh Shai was like, wait a minute, why you laughing? What? I didn't laugh. Remember, he said he knew man's thoughts.
God.
That's cold.
Yeah.
That's scary though. That's scary for you.
And remember, she wasn't even around them. She was at the tent door, and she overheard.
Yep.
So she laughed within herself. So when he checked her, she was probably like, "What?" You know what I mean? Because she wasn't expecting him to even know.
Yeah.
God, very good points, man. Very good assessments. Back to the Genesis 18 and 23. We were going to go to 2 Corinthians 5 and 11. So Abraham, right? Abraham is walking with Christ. Christ is like, listen, we finna destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. Abraham's like, if there's righteous, you're going to destroy the righteous with the wicked. So we know that the Most High does not destroy the righteous with the wicked, right? So read the 2 Corinthians 5 and 11.
2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 11.
Because this situation right here is very similar to the situation that we're in right now. We know that the Most High is going to destroy this place. We can see it happening. The same way Sodom and Gomorrah's iniquity was lifted up to heaven is the same way that America's iniquity is lifted up to heaven. It's almost there. It's real close. So, read this, 2 Corinthians 5 and 11.
Knowing therefore the terror of the Lord, we persuade men.
And that's why we do what we do. That's why the Most High gave you the scripture. That's why he woke you up. Because these people in the world, they don't know the terror of the Lord. You were saying it yesterday. You were saying it yesterday in class, man. Where you get hit by a car, or you get into a car accident, and the people they don't see that that's the terror of the Lord. They think that that's the Lord covering them.
I'm covered.
They think that they're covered, and that's mercy. Nah, we know the terror of the Lord. We know what the Most High is going to do. So what do we do? Read on.
But we are made manifest unto God.
Yeah, knowing the terror of the Lord, we convince and we try to persuade these people. So, yeah, go back to Genesis chapter 18.
And also when you read, check this out.
Second Esdras. Oh,
Is it second Esdras? Or should Abraham pray? No.
oh yeah, Second Esdras 7 and 36.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah, you got it.
Second Esdras chapter 7 verse 36.
Second Esdras, chapter 7, verse 36. Then said I, Abraham, pray first for the Sodomites.
So Abraham, he prayed for the Sodomites. But look, we just read about how they were in the Josephus. So Abraham, knowing that they were like that, he prayed. He still prayed for them. Think about it. Can you put yourself in the mind state right now to pray? I mean, the Christians like to fake it all the time. I'm gonna pray for you. I'm gonna pray for you. They know damn well they're not praying for anybody. But can you put yourself in the mindset to pray for these people here in America, the wicked ones, the Sodomites? When you see a transvestite, when you see somebody like Jeffrey, what's his name, the makeup dude, Jeffrey Star, can you put yourself in the mindset to pray for that? You're like, man, I'm not going to pray for what I need. I'm going to pray for my people. But you know why I like that Abraham prayed first for the Sodomites? Because if you try to fathom it right now, you're like, man, I can't see myself praying for these people. You know what I'm saying? But how bad? The scripture says it's a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the Most High. Abraham understood that. So how bad is it going to be when you do fall into the hands of the Most High? When the Most High brings the judgment here, it says every knee shall be as water, every knee is going to be weak, every knee shall bow. You know, yes, we're going to be getting delivered, but we still going to be like, you know what I'm saying? So it shows, man, a lot of times we don't realize just how bad it is when the Most High does lay down that hammer.
That's true.
We don't realize it. We forget. We forget how serious it is.
That's why it's gonna be so bad, because nobody's gonna have the excuse of I didn't know.
Con.
No one's gonna be able to say when Christ comes, I didn't know. I didn't know about the law. I didn't know I should keep it, because then it would be unjust. The judgment is gonna be severe.
Yeah.
So everybody's not gonna be able to say I didn't know. That's not gonna be the excuse. There's a school out there for everyone. If you want to be a Christian Israelite, there's a school for you. You want to be the over militant, super hard thug killer gangster, there's a school for you.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Right? So there's one school from one extreme to the next. There's somewhere for you to get taught who you are. So no one is going to be able to deny I didn't know. Right?
And then also, you know, when you look at Sodom and Gomorrah, like when we were just going over it, the Most High, he's not unjust before he brings that destruction. So what did Sodom and Gomorrah most likely had? A lot of different warnings from the Most High, like, hey, y'all are going out the way. y'all are really messing up. Because the Most High, he ain't just gonna drop the hammer on you. He gives you a little bit of warnings.
And he did. Remember the Sodom and Gomorrah got beat up by the 5 kings. And Lot had to go and rescue, Abraham had to go rescue Lot. They were getting warnings. When you go to war and you lose, that's a warning that you ain't doing something right.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Back to Genesis chapter 18, verse 26.
Genesis chapter 18, verse 26. And the Lord said, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sake.
So if there's 50 righteous, the Most High will spare. Read on.
Verse 27. And Abraham answered and said, behold now, I have taken up on me to speak unto the Lord, which am but dust and ash.
And you know, one thing I wanted to point out here is look at how Abraham is coming towards Christ.
Yeah.
He's like, listen, if I can ask, I know I'm nothing, but if I can ask, I know that this is what you're about to do. But are you going to do it if this happens? Or if this is what's going on? But look at how he came to ask Christ. You know, that's a good scripture to remind not only the men but the women on how you have to come towards people that's above you. You know what I'm saying? Not saying you totally, just kissing the person's butt, but no, you come respectfully. You respect. Like if you're a woman, you come humbly to your man. Like if the man's like, listen, we're gonna go here, we're gonna go here, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, and that's your husband, but you're like, oh man, I don't think he knows that this is what's going on over here. Listen, babe, I know you want to go over there, but this is what happened. And then he'll be like, oh, okay. But it's all about the approach. It's all about the delivery. It's all about how you come. So that you're not coming off in a disrespectful way. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, you can go back.
Genesis chapter 18, verse 28. Peradventure, there shall light 5 of the 50 righteous. Wilt thou destroy all the cities for lack of fire? And he said, if I find there 45, I will not destroy it. Verse 29. And he spoke unto him yet again, and said, peradventure, there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. Verse 30. And he said unto him, oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Peradventure, there shall 30 be found there. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. Verse 31. And he said, behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord. Peradventure, there shall be 20 found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. Verse 32. And he said, oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak yet, but this once. Peradventure, 10 shall be found there. And he said,
she asked, the sister asked, what nation was Sodom and Gomorrah? They were from Ham. They were Africans. Sodom and Gomorrah, the Sodomites, they came from Ham. Yeah, go ahead.
Genesis chapter 18, verse 32.
So I know the thought is, well, why would he pray for them? Because Abraham was a righteous man. Abraham was a righteous man. He wasn't thinking the way we've been programmed to think. Even as a Hebrew, because really, what was he praying for? Was he praying like, oh Lord, don't destroy wickedness, or was he praying, oh Lord, don't destroy the righteous with the wicked? That's what he was praying for when you look at it in the technicality, because that's what we're doing. He says, verse 25 and verse 18 and 25, that be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked. So that's what he was praying for. He was praying that if there was a righteous man in Sodom, that the Most High save him. Not that he just pardoned the Sodomites. You see that? So if you put it in the understanding, what was he praying for? He prayed for the Sodomites. That what? If there was a righteous man within them, that the Most High wouldn't destroy them, that righteous man, with the wicked. Right. That's the understanding. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 18, verse 32. And he said, oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak yet but this once.
Right. Pause real quick. Shalom. Not Sodom and Gomorrah alone, but 5 cities destroyed. Well, remember, one of the cities was Zoar. And where did Lot go? After the fire rained down, where did he pray? Where did he ask the Most High to go? He said, let me go to this city. It's a little one. Is it not a little one? That city was Zoar.
Yeah.
Right. And then where did Abraham get his field from to bury Sarah? He went to, if I'm not mistaken, he went to the men of Zoar. Zoar was one of the 5 cities. So not, and we can read it to make sure.
Yeah, it's in chapter 19, verse 23.
We can read it to make sure, but 19 and 23.
Or you can start up a little bit.
Yeah, he went to Zoar, but then there was another part where Abraham was getting. Let me get it real quick. He went to Abimelech. me 1 second. Where Abraham went and got the land. She was my sister. Where Sheba, Abraham, 7 lambs, Abimelech unto Abraham. 1 moment. Oh, here it is, 23. And Sarah died in Kirjah. His name is Hebron, the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to more. Oh, let's see here. The people of Heth. Right, the children of Heth. Right, was Heth one of the 5?
Cities.
Yeah. Right. We'll find it out, but Lot was able to flee to Zoar. But go ahead, read on.
Genesis chapter 18, verse 32. And he said, "O let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak, yet but this once, peradventure 10 shall be found there." And he said, "I will not destroy it for 10's sake." Verse 33. And the Lord went his way as soon as he had left communing with Abraham. And Abraham returned unto his place.
Making a mistake.
Chapter 19, verse 1. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at evening, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot seeing it, them rose up to meet them. And he bowed himself with his face towards the ground. Verse 2. And he said, Behold, now, my Lord, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night.
Right. Pause real fast. I knew I wasn't tripping. So, when you read Genesis 14 and 2, it says, these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Bershah, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, and Shemaber, king of Zelbim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All right, so you had Zoar, Zemobim, Gomorrah, Admah, and Sodom. Those are the 5 cities. So Lot asked to go over to Zoar. Yeah. Couldn't be able to go there if it was being rained on with fire. I mean, I wouldn't want to go to a city that's getting rained on with fire. And I wouldn't leave a city getting rained on with fire to go to a city that's already being rained on. So it's just showing you that every single solitary thing they might have not all been filthy. They might have not all been in the same practices. They had different kings. So maybe not all the kings had the same mind state. That's why Zoar wasn't utterly destroyed. But we know Sodom and Gomorrah were. Sodom and Gomorrah. Remember, there were 5 cities, but it only named Sodom and Gomorrah. Right? So let's jump back.
Genesis chapter 19, verse 2. And he said, Behold now, my Lord, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your way. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the streets all night. Verse 3. And he pressed it upon them greatly, and they turned it in unto him, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat.
You know what's funny about this? You know why Lot? Y'all know now why Lot was like, bro, y'all got to come in.
Yeah, you try to say they, you know what?
God.
Yeah.
Verse
Yeah,
four.
because the freaks come out at night. That's why. Right? Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 19, verse 4.
Now, remember, it said these same men came to Adam and they came to Abraham and they ate. Right? So, it said there came 2 angels obviously it wasn't two angelic men. It wasn't men in the angelic form. Because if Michael came down, he would have wiped out the whole city himself. If Gabriel came down, they're not gonna go to Gabriel talking about, let me get some of that. But these men were men of God. They said it's talking about angels. They were men of God, because if they were actual angels, they wouldn't have ate. They wouldn't have needed that. So it was the same two men that met with Abraham and the Lord. Y'all getting this, right? That word angels, what's that?
Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to say that too.
Right, when the ungodly perished with them, fled from the fire, 5 cities. Right. Yeah, when the ungodly perished, she delivered the righteous men who fled from the fire which fell down upon 5 cities. Okay? And we'll go into that Zoar, because they went into the mountains of Zoar, so the city could have been destroyed. But it was still outskirts of Zoar. And like I said earlier, not every single solitary thing was just wiped out. Because if he was able to flee, you just gotta look at it. If he was able to flee into Zoar, that means that there was somewhere safe in Zoar. Zoar still being 5 of the cities. The 5, right? So remember, you have the city, then you have outskirts. The mountains. He went into the mountains. He went into a cave. Right? Him and his daughters. So whatever cave in Zoar that was there, they didn't get rained on. The city could have been destroyed. But there was a part of Zoar that wasn't. So yeah, 5 cities destroyed.
What you say about that word angel?
Yeah, they were godly men. They were messengers.
So they weren't angels.
Well, we just read it. They were the men that were with Abraham. They ate, they drank, they rested. They weren't angelic beings floating. How? Just think about it. Think about it. Just think about it.
They wasn't from the spiritual realm? That's what I'm trying to say.
No, they weren't. They weren't spirits just floating. Y'all thought they were just spirits floating?
I honestly thought they were angels.
Just really angels.
Okay, so watch this. But the men put forth their hand and pulled Lot into the house to them and shut the door. How are angels grabbing on people? They were godly men. Y'all are looking too deep into it.
Now, I heard you say they was in man form. They transformed into...
No, what I said was go back to Genesis. Y'all are mixing it up. Go back to Genesis
Genesis what?
18 and verse 2. I said that angels can do that. Because she brought up Raphael, right? Being an angel, but transfiguring himself into a man and being able to eat and drink and do all those things, right? Read Genesis 18 and verse 2.
Genesis chapter 18 verse 2.
Right.
And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men.
3 what?
3 men.
3 what?
3 men.
Right. 2 of the 3 men went to Sodom and Gomorrah because they were men. 2 of the 3 went. 1 didn't go.
Right, that was your house shot.
God. 2 of the 3 men went.
Okay.
I mean, is it that hard?
No, it's not hard.
Oh, okay. I
No,
mean,
it's not hard.
y'all confused?
Come on.
Okay, well, let me show you something about the word angel. Where we at? Genesis. Genesis 19.
But you saying man could be an angel too, right?
See, 19:1 it says there came 2 angels.
I know it is. I know. Now let me give you an example. When the Bible says in Exodus 3, the angel of the Lord spoke, then it comes back and says God spoke. Who spoke? God or the angel of the Lord?
Angel actually spoke too.
So then, you're not confused about that part, right? Was it God or the angel? So it says 3 men. Was it men or angels?
I get it.
And again, why are they sitting there eating? It says angels don't eat or drink,
Come.
right? That's when you got to put the precepts together. Now,
Come.
it's not that hard. When you look up the word angel, the first thing that pops up is messenger or representative. These were godly men. They were godly men.
Come. I get it now.
You see that?
Con.
Messenger, angel. But then obviously it goes in and you have like, let's see here, an angel, also a prophet, a priest, or a teacher. Ambassador, angel, king. So the word has more than one meaning. Just like a lot of the words we deal with, what do you have to do?
Look at definition.
You got to put that word into its context. Right.
Okay.
Right. Do you really think? Let's think about it. Let's just really think. Do you really think that these men were going to be able to lay with angels, like men in angelic form?
Lie.
Nah.
So
Oh,
there were angels that came down, right? But they were in the appearance of men.
They smote men at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great. So they were just, okay, they smote them with blindness. Elisha called down fire from heaven. The apostles healed men that were blind. You got to put it all together, man. The apostles was healing blind people, right? And healing people of sicknesses, just like Yahweh Shai. Elisha rose men. We're going to read about Elisha. He rose men from the dead. These godly men had godly powers. So when they smote the men with blindness, that wasn't far-fetched. They were godly men. What was Elisha an angel or Elijah an angel? Were they running around in angelic form? Is what I'm saying. No. When they circled up Elijah in that city, when you read in Kings, and he revealed to the servant, he said he opened up his eyes,
Right.
and he saw round about all the angels, all the chariots. I mean, did he have to? Was he an angel that he did that? That he opened up his sight? No. These men were rolling with the Most High. They had angelic. They had spiritual powers. Why do you think now Elisha says about Elijah, "Give me double portion of the Spirit"? Elijah raised men from the dead on more than one occasion. When you read in King, we're gonna read it in Kings where the woman came talking about, I gotta sell my kids because the husband died. I gotta sell my kids into slavery to pay the debtors. And he made an abundance of oil appear in her house, and she was able to sell it off and pay off the creditors.
That's right.
Bro, Elijah was performing miracles. When he told the man to go down, jump in the river, and you'll be healed, right?
Yep.
And he didn't do it, but then he ended up doing it and was healed. Like, was he an angel doing it, or was he a man with spiritual powers? When he told all those men of what nation was that? I'm gonna give you all the instances. When he told them to set up an altar, he doused the altar in water, drenched it, told them to pray to their God, and they chanted to their God forever. And then he consumed the altar, the whole altar in a single lightning bolt. Was he an angel?
Good point.
Yeah. Right. Dawiyad, I know, I get it. You're putting all the scriptures that say angels, I know. But when we go to the definition, I know you're putting all the scriptures that say angels. I know. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of the Lord. The Lord hath sent us to destroy it. Everybody's hitting me up now. Right. See, Tazapaz is with me. Tazapaz with me. The angels didn't eat or drink, man. So, putting all the scriptures that say angels doesn't mean that like men floating around in angelic form. And then when you read down, it says that the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. He called down fire from heaven. So the we is synonymous with us, godly men. You got to look at all the different stories and understand how the Bible is speaking. What's that? Everybody's phone blowing up. Y'all want it to be. Let's see it. So there's no scripture for that. I can't say that. Right? Right. Let's move on.
Genesis chapter 19, verse 4. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. Verse 5. And they called it unto Lot, and said unto him, where are the men which came into...
Also, when Raphael, when you read in Tobit, actually Raphael didn't even eat or drink. Go there real quick. Good one, Tazapah. Go to Raphael, Tobit chapter 12, 17. Then get the one that says they're like angels in heaven that neither eat or drink. Get that one. Either we go through the precepts or we say the Bible contradicts. And we know the Bible don't contradict. So read that in Tobit.
Tobit, chapter 13, verse 17. But he said unto them,
Right.
Fear not,
Right.
for it shall go well with you.
Right.
Praise the Most High, therefore.
Go ahead.
For not of any favor of mine, but by the will of our power I came. Wherefore praise him forever.
Right.
All these days I did appear unto you,
Right.
but I did neither eat nor drink.
There it is. He didn't eat or drink. That was Raphael. When we go into the, what is it, Matthew? I mean, it's not, for me it ain't that hard. I get it.
I get it. I understand it.
I mean, we're angels. Watch this. Let me show y'all something. Go to Hebrews. Go to Hebrews. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers.
That's 34 and 17.
Yeah. Hebrews
13 and 2.
yeah. No, is it Hebrews 13 and yeah.
I'm like that. Yeah, 13 and 2.
Right. Hebrews 13 and 2. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby many have entertained angels unawares. I mean, y'all get it, right? Go to if y'all don't get it, then just say so. Go to what's the other one I wanted? They neither eat or drink or marry or given in marriage. It's in Matthew.
Yeah, it's not saying eat or drink.
Question.
It might say that in a different gospel.
Oh, what's that? What's that?
Like when they say be not forgetful to entertain strangers,
Right.
that's actually angels or
It says strangers. Just strangers, people.
men, people. Okay.
Right. I mean, remember, we're flesh, so we deal with flesh. But it's saying many have entertained angels unawares. But what are they in? Even if they are angels, what are they in? They got to be in the flesh.
Yes.
Right. I'm trying to show y'all that it wasn't like some spirits floating around.
I got it.
Right. Right. Okay. There wasn't just some spirits floating. Y'all get that, right?
Come.
To be laid with, they had to be fleshly men. In the flesh. We all get that?
Come.
Oh, okay. I thought Come. Okay. Let's read on.
Genesis chapter 19, verse 4. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, could pass the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. Verse 5. And they called it unto Lot, and said unto him, where are the men which came into thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them.
Right. Go ahead.
Verse 6. And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him. Verse 7. And said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Verse 8. Behold now, I have 2 daughters, which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing. For therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. Mm-hmm. Verse 9. And they said, stand back.
Think about it. Why would Lot, being a mortal man, have to go so hard for some spirits when the angels, they said they're mightier in power than us? They're mightier in power. They could have wiped out those men right there. They didn't have to just blind them. They could have killed them all with one snap, one Thanos snap. Right? Why go through the trouble of blinding them and doing all that when one Thanos snap, they could have all just dropped dead? Go ahead, read.
Verse 9. And they said, stand back. Mm-hmm. And they said again, this one fellow came into sojourn, and he will need me, and he will need be a judge.
Now, I want to say this also. Every time it says angel doesn't mean it's saying messenger. All right? Every time you read the word angel in the scriptures, it's not saying that it's a messenger like that. It's only a messenger. It's an angel, right?
Okay.
All right. Like Gabriel, he was the messenger angel.
Right.
Right? They had their different operations and different things that they did. But every time it says angel, don't mean it's talking about a messenger. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 19, verse 9, last precept. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. Verse 10. But the men put forth their hand and pulled the Lot into the house to them, and shut to the door. Verse 11.
Don't y'all understand that? If you look at this world now, and you look at, it said, the Most High said if you didn't leave a very small remnant, it would be as Sodom and Gomorrah, right?
Yeah.
Now, look at the filth of Sodom and Gomorrah right now. And us as God-fearing men, we're able to ward off that filth. The homosexuality, the transgenderism. Don't you know there's going to be a time when they're going to be trying to rape righteous men? And you think the world ain't going to have to end then? There's going to be a time where they're going to try to rape you. These damn sodomites. It ain't going to be no marching, no this. They're going to try to club you over the head and take your spirit, man. That's what it's leading into. That, murdering, it tells you they're going to go in the righteous man's house and destroy his goods. Who do you think is going to be doing that? It's going to be Esau with his homosexual practices. Not saying that we all just going to be out here getting raped, but can you put it past them? Can you put it past, if they can kill you in cold blood, you think some of our people ain't getting raped in jail by some of these COs, by some of these police officers? You think they ain't raping? I mean, they raping the little boys.
Yep.
So it's nothing for them to get 4 or 5 big corn-fed white boys, hold you by the ankles and bend you over. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's not far-fetched. I mean, you got to think about more than, you got to broaden out your minds and think. We are all Lot in Sodom and Gomorrah. And they're trying to take your spirit. They're trying to take your spirit. Right?
Come.
That's why it tells you in Job, man, if there be a messenger, an interpreter. Right? Damn, man, you are like an angel in disguise. Right? We are like angels to our brethren and sisters. Why? We bring that message. It's no different. It's no different. It ain't that hard. I'm trying to give y'all all these different perspectives so y'all it can click. So it can click over. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 19, verse 11. And they spoke the men that were they spoke the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they be weary themselves to find the door. That's it.
I was about to say, you've been reading for a long time.
You've been talking for a long time.
You know how I do. But still, that was a lot of reading. 2.5 chapters, right?
Yeah, but we had questions. We had a lot of questions going in.
Oh, yeah. It didn't feel that long to me, though.
Yeah, y'all just elected Biden, the damn pizza boy, the pizza lover. Y'all just elected Biden, the child molester.
Yeah.
You thought kids was going missing the last 4 years. That number is about to double.
Trump supporters ain't done that yet?
I don't know what they done, but they probably set booby traps in the White House.
You know what? His son is a crack addict, and he's a pedophile. So
Oh, yeah.
I look at America now like the drugs is just for the
They about to legalize crack and legalize pedophilia. Watch.
I saw a video on World Star, man, where in New York, they just had like these guys who was off of this block. They were all just strung out. It wasn't even like it didn't even look like it was a bad side of New York. It looked like it was somewhere in Manhattan. Yeah. God, man. Yep. So America is just going to turn into drug addicts and pedophiles. This place is done. It's beautiful.
And
Sodomites. Barakatayawa. And then Esau's divided. So, God. Yeah. You want to know scripture?
No, I was trying to look for something. But all you gotta do is Google sex assault, male sex assault. It'll show you that they're doing it out there. They're raping men. Gay men are raping straight men. Straight men are raping, gay men are raping gay men.
They got this gay gang somewhere in Chicago. They hit on you, and then if you turn them down, they jump.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sad. God. Y'all want to get the next reader out there? Who's next?
Yeah. So I gotta keep my mouth shut. Come on, baby.
Song Shabbat Shah, Yehoda, Bon Yasharallah.
Song Shabbat Shah, Yehoda, Bon Yasharallah, Men of Israel, Imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
What test says that? What are you talking about? It all happened. It had to be Officer of Country. See shit like that.
I don't really.
Can't prove that. You can. Because it doesn't explicitly give names. Right? Right, let's go. Let's read on.
Genesis chapter 19, verse 12. And the man said unto Lot, Hast thou here any besides? son-in-law, and thy sons, and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of the Lord.
Yeah, the we was us. Us is what? And we is what? All the men that think alike. All the godly thoughts. Where we are in, we are confederate that Sodom has to go. So yes, we're going to destroy it. Go ahead.
And the Lord hath sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked.
Think about it. Lot went as far as to lie to the men of Sodom, to say his daughter, and not that he lied, because they could have just been betrothed. They don't know no man. Look, take my daughters. Have at them.
Yeah.
Right? To protect these men. Then when you go, I don't even know if I should go here, because y'all really gonna get nervous.
No, go there.
If I go into the Josephus, y'all gonna get really nervous when it tells you that they were men of beautiful countenances. Y'all really gonna get mad at me. Watch. This is Josephus. Book 11. No, Book 1, chapter 11. This is the middle of section 3. I'll read section 3. When Abraham heard this, he was grieved for the Sodomites. And he rose up and besought God for them and entreated them that he would not destroy the righteous with the wicked. So that was the entreaty. And when God had replied that there was no good man among the Sodomites, for if there were but 10 such men among them, he would not punish any of them for their sins. Abraham held his peace. Right? So I'm going to go down. It says, now watch. I'm going to read it. It says, and the angels came to the city of the Sodomites. And the angels came to the city of the Sodomites, and Lot entreated them to accept of a lodging with him. So it calls them angels, right? Mm-hmm. For he was a very gracious and hospitable man, and one that had learned to imitate the goodness of Abraham. Now when the Sodomites saw the young men, right, to be of beautiful countenances, and this to an extraordinary degree, that they took upon their lodgings with Lot, they resolved themselves to enjoy these beautiful boys by force and by violence. Call them angels, but then they call them young men. Right? And when Lot exhorted them to sobriety and not to offer anything immodest to the strangers, but to have regard to their lodging in his house, and promised that if their inclinations could not be governed, he would expose his daughters to their lusts. Instead of these strangers, neither thus were they made ashamed. But God was so much displeased at their impudent behavior, so that he both smote these men with blindness and condemned the Sodomites to universal destruction. But Lot, upon the Most High's informing him of the future destruction of the Sodomites, went away, taking with him his wife and daughters, who were 2 and still virgins. For those that were betrothed to them were above the thoughts of going. So it was saying that, because remember, he said, my daughters, no, not no men. But then it came back and said, your sons-in-laws. Josephus clears that up and is letting us know that they were just betrothed. And a betrothal, you would call that man your son-in-law. It was as good, the betrothal was the beginning stage of that marriage, and it was good. It was as good as the marriage. You couldn't be broken. She couldn't go talk to no other guy, thing like that. So, just to make it clear, why did he say that? Did he lie? No, he didn't lie. They didn't know any men. They were virgins, but they were betrothed. So he was willing to break off the betrothal, so it's to save these men that came.
Yeah.
What angels need man to save them? Think about it. If I'm an angel, bro, the sword, Michael ripped through a whole city. A whole city. Most High to tell him to stop. Whoa. Hold on. If he didn't stop, if Most High didn't tell him to stop, he would have destroyed the entire city. Right? So you just got to put it in perspective that way. Right, and then the Josephus adds a little bit about the daughters. The daughters, they were betrothed. They were virgins. They were betrothed, and they even said it. There's no man for us because their husbands betrothed. Their betrothed died in Sodom and Gomorrah. What were they on? E. They were switch hit. Cats was switch hit. I mean, why wouldn't you want to go? Right? Go, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. Go ahead. Read where you at.
Genesis chapter 19, verse 14, last precept. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. Verse 15. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take thy wife and thy 2 daughters, which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city.
Right.
And while he lingered.
While he what?
While he lingered.
He lingered. What the hell was his problem?
Urgency.
Lack of urgency. Remember, he was living in it. He was living in the thick of Sodom and Gomorrah for however long. So to him, it just became like second nature, the norm. And again, a lot of us, you have your own Sodom and Gomorrah going on, and you've been dealing with it for so long, it becomes your norm. And the angels are there. The angels are there, like how we all are online right now. Like, come on, get up. Come on, get moving. Right? We're like, right? The angels are there moving, trying to lift you, and you lingering. Like, I don't see the big deal. I don't get it. What's the rush? Well, because if you wait any longer, the brimstone is going to fall and knock your ass out. That's why. That's the rush. We see what's going on, right? The ones that been in the thick of it on the other side and is able to step back. And what we look off? We look at the brimstone flying through the sky from afar off, like, damn, if she don't get up out of there, that's headed right for her. That's headed right for him. He's like, you don't see that? No, it's just cloudy. Nah, but there's fire. That's a fiery cloud. Nah, it's all good. Take my time. It'll be okay. I'm covered. Look, I'm covered, right?
Won't he do it?
Won't he do it? That's gonna be my new say. Won't he do it?
Wrong shirt.
Right. Won't he do it? Yeah. Won't he drop brimstone on you? Won't he? Didn't he? Won't he call fire from heaven to burn you?
Oh, that'd be a dope shirt.
Yeah.
Won't he do it?
The shirt gotta be that explosion of a bomb going off here in America.
Won't he do it? Hey, there it is. That's the next Israel shirt. Won't he do it? And you put a nuclear missile blowing up America.
The nuclear mushroom.
Yeah, the mushroom coming up from the map of America.
Nice.
Won't he do it? You can do me one with Texas. State of Texas, mushroom cloud. Won't he do it?
Won't he do it? I like
Right. Hey, you can throw a few scriptures in there. Right? But won't he do it? Of course he will. But see, you're thinking that he's going to do it on your time. Nah, he's doing it on his time. And if you're caught in the crosshairs, watch, go. This is becoming one of my favorite ones. Go to the Job. Go to the Job. Y'all gotta see that you have to move with a level of urgency in your salvation. Go to Job. See if I can find Job. Go to Job chapter.
Belly.
Huh?
Is that one about the
messenger?
belly?
No,
There'll be a messenger.
there'll be a messenger, an interpreter. Yeah, go to is it in the 30s?
Yeah,
Yeah, 33. Yep. Yep, 33 and verse 23.
Job, chapter 33, verse 23.
Go ahead.
If there be a messenger with him,
If there be a what?
a messenger with him,
Right. So go ahead.
an interpreter,
A what?
an interpreter.
See, these men, they came to deliver the message. Get up out of here, it's about to burn. They came to interpret the sins of Sodom. It's filthy, it's disgusting. Go ahead.
One among 1,000.
Go ahead.
To show unto man his uprightness.
Right. See, the Most High was showing to Lot the uprightness, but think about us, man. Many of us, I think I talked about this last week. Many of us have decisions to make, and the decision is, how do I get out of my spiritual Sodom and my spiritual Gomorrah? You might be in a physical Sodom and Gomorrah. You might be in a situation that mirrors Sodom and Gomorrah. You know, where do I move closer to the camp, or do I just stay like Lot? Do I linger around unknowingly in filth?
Right.
And that's what it is. When you've been in your filth for so long, you don't think it's that bad, man. You linger, but somebody's there trying to grab you out of it because why? We see the destruction. We see that lack of urgency is going to get you back into that lethargic, autopilot, halfway spirit, halfway thug mentality. I'm a halfway be about the Most High, but I'm a halfway be about the world. You a switch hitter. You a switch hitter. You no different than Lot's sons-in-laws, man, and his wife. Why did Lot's wife get turned to salt? What the hell was she looking back there for?
All my gay friends, they're so
Yeah,
funny.
yeah, they're so
I like
funny.
dancing around them.
I just love gay men, and yeah, that's what she was on.
Yeah.
The typical black and Hispanic woman now,
That's so true.
right?
That's so
The
true.
typical black and Hispanic woman now going to bat for these damn faggots, but a real man you'll throw under the bus.
Yep.
A real man you'll disregard because your faggot friends, they make you smile and make you laugh.
They pick out outfits.
They pick out your outfits and they can do your damn makeup.
Dang.
Yeah. They picking out all the tight, accentuating clothes to make you get looked at and hoard out even more. But the righteous man is like, no, don't wear that. That's not modest. No, you ain't gotta do that.
You dress like a
Nah,
old
you
lady.
ain't gotta plaster yourself all over social media. Come on, man. That's not what women of the Bible do.
Nah.
You ain't gotta be on social media with your gun in your pocket and the gun so small it's in the change pocket. What the hell? That's a pea shooter.
Right.
You on social media, you a Hebrew, but you got the gun. You know the one pocket above, you know the pocket that's inside the pocket that holds your, what pocket is that for?
That's for your like your coins.
That's like your coin purse that they put in the jeans.
Put your watch it.
Okay, like the little timepiece that you had. Yeah,
When you click open.
it's so small you can put a gun in there. Come on, man. You might as well not even carry that. Right? You on social media, you out there with your nipples out as a man, your shirt all off. I gotta show my guns. Nah, that's not what we do as men.
That's right.
Somebody is there to give you that message, to interpret that. That's not how Hebrews roll, man.
Nah.
It's time for you to get up out of Sodom and Gomorrah, get up out of your that sodomatical mind state, because that's all it is. When you look at this world, the Bible likens this world, and this is what you have to wrestle with. Every person got to wrestle with this in their own self, in their own way. Either the Most High said you can't ride the fence. Either you hot or cold, right? He said he'll spew you out. But you're not going to be spewed out to the righteous side. You're going to be spewed out back to the left. So really, what are you contemplating? Do I continue to be in Egypt, Sodom, Gomorrah, and Babylon? Those four, right? Disgusting, dirty, filthy, right? Or do I free myself You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. I mean, everybody got to deal with that. If you're dealing with it, I'm not dealing with that. I'm already free. I'm good. I'm good. Right? I'm good. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's good. Sisters are good. And that's what it's about. What part of America are you really trying to hold on to? What are you trying to hold on to? What are you trying to hold on to? When Yahweh Shai said in that day, 2 women will be in the field grinding, one will be taken, one will be left. Come on, man. Like, the one that was taken, the one that was saved, it wasn't like, oh, let me go back. He said, you be on the rooftop, don't go back for nothing. Don't run up in your house. You ain't got time for that. Don't look back. What is a immortal going to do with mortal clothing? We trying to go to the immortal, right? So what the hell is this fleshly world got to do with you? If you're trying to get to he says first the mortal must put on the immortal. How, if you constantly looking at the immortal things that been killing you? How, if you're constantly being tossed between, let me follow righteousness and let me get caught up in the carnal, let me get caught up in being lazy, let me get caught up in being, I'm just talking about it. I'm talking a good one, but when it's time to move on it, I don't know about that. Right. I mean, we got to see it. This is why this story is so important, because it showed people that were caught up between two things, salvation and death. And who chose death? Or forget about death, salvation and the old life. Put off the old man, put on the new, that is renewed in the knowledge of Christ. Am I trying to be renewed? Or am I trying to just be the old person with new clothes on? Right? Am I trying to just be I'm going to come around a little bit person? I'm going to come around here and there. What person do I want to be? What person do I truly want to be? Where you at?
I was at Job chapter 33.
Go ahead. Read it from the top. Read it from the top for me.
23, right?
Yeah, 33 and 23, yeah.
Right. If there be a messenger with him,
right,
an interpreter,
right,
one among 1,000,
right,
to show unto man his uprightness.
Go ahead.
Then he is gracious unto him.
Then he is what?
He is gracious unto him.
So why abuse the grace in that way? Why abuse the grace that a lot of people ain't getting? Every day I wake up, little news app I got, I just want to delete it. Every day. It was like 2 men found shot in a running Porsche. That was a couple days ago. Wow. Some nightclub got shot up last night. Like, it's crazy out here in Houston. It is crazy the amount of killings. There's like 1 or 2 a day. Just straight gun violent murders.
Man shot neighbor.
Man
shot back home and waits for Houston police to arrive.
Right. There's so much of that. There's so much of that. Man found shot inside car at Southwest Houston apartment complex. That was last night. And then look at all the little celebrities that's dying. The little cat from Chicago, he got blasted up in Atlanta. The little social media chick, she died of they don't know what killed her yet. She's a little influencer / rapper / model. She just died out of nowhere.
Probably like drug. I think they said like she overdosed.
Probably see.
And then the rapper that died, his name was King Von.
King Von. He got shot.
The police officers actually shot him up.
Really?
Yeah, it was the police officers that shot him up.
But it was him and some other cats that was beefing. They pulled. The cops were already on the scene.
But you know,
3 people died in that.
But you know what's cold about that? Like the thing now that they do is these rappers, when they're beefing, they'll say they're smoking on the person that died, and that's how you know like they don't mess with you. So you got like a whole bunch of other rappers, just young fools, man, talking about we smoking on King Von, we smoking on, because that was his name, King Von.
Like they're treating him like he's weed.
Nah, it's like
it's disrespect.
That's just saying that's the whole thing.
I'm smoking on.
Smoke you.
Like, you know when they say I'ma smoke him, like
Yeah.
shoot him. So basically,
But he's already dead.
yeah,
So we smoking on him?
yeah. We just.
I mean, I kind of get
It's kind of like a celebration.
I get it.
Thing. Like
Throw
a celebration.
I get it.
Grave,
Yeah, I get it. I get it. It's niggerism.
Yeah. Yeah.
Niggerism.
Gosh, to the highest.
Niggerism. But think about it. Everybody's in the chat like, con. Stop being a con man. Stop being a con woman and just do what you say you're going to do.
Right.
Do what you, forget about what you say. Do what you know is right.
Right.
Do what you know the Spirit is urging you to do. Don't just be a calm person. We don't need that in Israel. The scriptures say, we honor the Most High with our lips, but our heart is far from Him. Be doers of the word and not hearers only. We got to do, man. Don't linger, because there is a messenger that is trying to get you to move on the righteous spiritual things and get you to move out of that destruction. The messenger is like, look, you don't see that destruction coming? No, I don't see it. Well, let me break it down to you. If you do this and hang out here and be around the filth, what happens when the Most High wants to wipe out some garbage ass just Edomite? Right? Because it's his time and you want to be nestled up under Esau. Right? What happens? Bro, you listen, like, I gotta warn brothers and sisters about this Walgreens. We gotta stop going there, man.
Oh, man,
Somebody got killed over there last week. I haven't been there in a minute either. Ever since the last person got killed, I kind of been chilling. But
Yeah,
then somebody got killed last week over there. A lady, right? But think about it. Think about it. We busy over here, and we're literally feet away from people getting killed. Somebody died at this tree right here. The day before we went out to Virginia, somebody died at this tree. I don't know what happened. But we're literally feet away. We're surrounded. This whole thing is Sodom and Gomorrah. And right now, we in Lot's house. You trying to come in, or you trying to stay out there and get raped on? And then now, when it's time to make the move, you trying to just stay in the house and chill because it's safe?
Damn.
They can come right up in here if they want.
You know what happened?
What happened?
A driver crashed into that tree.
Damn. I believe it. That had to be a car accident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that.
A driver crashed into that tree.
Yeah. And died.
It was around midnight on the 26th of September.
Bro, that's the day before we left. We left on the 27th.
Yeah, we left on the 27th. That was that night. That's why they had the candle. They had the candles when we left to go out.
Yeah,
Bruh,
they were
so
there.
that could have happened. Bro, that could have happened on the night that we were leaving. Bro, it's crazy.
Wow. What's going to stop? Think about it. They could drive up on... Ain't nothing stopping us from a car smashing through these cars and running through the school. What's stopping it? What's stopping a car from running crazy and bashing through this little thin-ass wall? That's all parking lot right here. What's stopping it? The Most High. But what?
You're righteous.
Us moving off of and being in the right place at the right time. And not being between, do I come to class today or do I just stay home?
Right.
That's not even a thought. Do I be around brothers today or do I just do my own thing? Just think about it. Nothing evil has ever happened to me being inside these walls. I've seen car accidents happen right. See the sister's whole life change right here at the entrance to the school.
Yes, sir.
Because she had damn spirits on her and the Most High was showing her. Don't bring that up in here. Don't bring Sodom and Gomorrah up in these walls. I ain't gonna let you.
Wow.
I ain't gonna let you. And he bro, T-bone right here in front of the school entrance. Right before our eyes.
Were you there?
Yeah.
We was all here. I was in the Walgreens. And you,
I was right here.
Yeah, we were like, whoa. You ain't gonna bring that up in here. No. What are you moving off of? Your own little comfort. That's where Lot's wife, she wanted to be comfortable. She wanted to be comfortable. She wanted to be nestled up. She wanted to deal with that side of things. Read on.
Then he was gracious unto him,
Right?
and said, deliver him from going down to the pit.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally what is happening. Some people are being delivered from the pit, and some people are being delivered into the pit. Because why? You trying to linger. You trying to kick it. Let me just get a little bit more. Let me just get a little bit more Sodom and Gomorrah. Let me just get one more taste. Let me just get one more party. Let me just hit one more club. Right? Let me just go chill with one more family member. That might be your last.
That's true.
That might be your last. That might be you being reintroduced out of that mind state. The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor, but the way of the wicked seduceth him. Y'all gotta say it. You gotta see it, man. You gotta wake up. Most High. The flood in Guatemala and Zebulon. Yeah, they getting washed away. Guatemala and Zebulon.
Hurricane
Bruh.
just left.
Mudslides, floods. Bro, Most High is reaping havoc. Right? Go ahead.
I have found a ransom.
Yeah, you want to be that ransom? Now we know that the wicked is the ransom for who?
The righteous.
The righteous. So, ask yourself, are you trying to be the ransom? I'm trying to have somebody be ransom for me. So I'm going to chill right here. Chill up in these walls, right? I can't flip-flop sides and become the ransom.
That hurricane killed 150 people.
And that thing is headed for Florida. Actually, it's headed right back to Cuba. Rip through Cuba real quick. It's going to rip up into Florida and then come back towards us. And land in the great
Louisiana.
slate of what?
Louisiana.
God hates Louisiana. I mean, I'm going to always say it. The way he be touching that place, he hates that place. Man. It's like pinball action. Ding, 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 Louisiana. Next one. Louisiana. That damn storm can come from New York, dip under Florida, and hit Louisiana. It's like, whoop, Louisiana. Whoop, Louisiana. It could be headed right for Texas. It could be on top of Texas. Not drop a lick of rain.
It can come from the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, bro. It can come from Hawaii. Go through the Panama Canal. Pay a toll. Get to Texas. Take the tollway to Louisiana. And destroy that place, and it won't rain at all here. The Most High got a thing for Louisiana.
He does right now. He does.
He got a thing for Louisiana because, dude, the last storm that was here literally floated right above us. We watched it like, oh, that's amazing. It's gonna just pour, and not one drop of rain, and it goes to Louisiana and floods that place.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember.
That is wild. But what are they on? What are they into? They could be delivered. They could come out of that Sodom and Gomorrah, that Babylon. It must not be, because the Most High keeps hitting it.
No, it's just a lot of voodoo. Like they got like this.
Yeah.
They got a kids movie.
How that works.
I forgot the name of it, but it's based off in New Orleans. It's based off in New Orleans where it had like the princess and
The Frog?
Oh, Princess and the Frog.
is it Princess and the Frog? Where it's based off in New Orleans?
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah,
Princess
she's
of the Frog was
Judite.
based off way back.
So she's a Judite there.
But they're in New Orleans.
Yeah,
this
but
is
when you look at it, when you watch like the beginning of that little movie for the kids, they're showing they have the little voodoo witchcraft dude,
Yeah.
and he plays a big part
Wow.
in that movie.
The shaman
They call him the Shadow Man.
or the shadow man.
Yeah,
And
so
he plays with the spirits and like he talks and they have a song, singing part where he's singing with the
And he
spirits.
turns a frog into a man.
A man into a frog. And then has someone else assume his identity.
yeah, so
Yeah.
that's big. It's big over there. So
Witchcraft.
And plus, yeah, that Mardi Gras, garbage. All you know what goes on at Mardi Gras.
That's in the movie too. It's during the Mardi Gras time.
There's so many things that happen at Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
It's not just like take away the partying and just think about the drugs that float through Mardi Gras
yeah, there's a lot.
and the prostitution,
It's
bro. Like I ain't never been to Mardi Gras, and I'm not looking like I don't even care.
right. That street, was it Bourbon Street?
Bourbon Street,
It smells like poop.
ooh,
Like poop, vomit.
because people just getting so drunk they just poo themselves and vomit everywhere.
Like this is not on a Mardi Gras.
Oh,
This is on a
it's on a regular day. It's all that
Yeah.
pork. It's all that boudin.
It's like
It's all that boudin they serving.
I went out there to visit my boy Eric, and it was just he showed me the street. We walked down the street, couldn't stomach it. I wanted to drink something, but I couldn't drink. I wanted to eat out because I was hungry, but I couldn't eat because
It's all that Katrina water.
I was like, oh, vomit.
Yeah, all that Katrina water is still sitting in the city.
Musty cat.
Oh, man.
Because that's what they got out there.
We got some weird custom when they burying the dead, too. Yeah, Louisiana. But think about it. You know how many brothers we had from Louisiana that just ran back? They running back to Louisiana like that's the spot.
Oh, yeah. Kind
Like, everything, yeah. The gumbo, the jambalaya, the boudin, all that.
What's boudin?
It's like something with sausage, pork sausage or something. And rice. I ain't never had it.
I can't describe what it is.
That's actually pretty good.
It's actually very
Yeah,
good.
if
Just
it's
get it without the
raw,
pork.
if it's
If you
very
get it without the pork,
With
if
some
you get it without
crackers.
pork, it's good. It's good as hell.
Just take out the pork.
You get it without pork, it's great.
Everybody.
If you get it lawfully, boudin is amazing.
See, I'm lost. I'm like, what is it? Can y'all make it?
It's
Boudin's
soup.
good.
It's a soup, but it's
It's not a soup.
No, it's like some sausage.
It's like rice
Oh.
and stuff.
Rice
Yeah.
sausage.
Well,
He was totally wrong.
I thought, but it's so much gravy that it's like
No, there's no
Gravy.
There's no gravy in it.
What are you talking about?
He's thinking about like gumbo or something.
gumbo. My bad.
He's thinking about gumbo.
So
My bad.
the sister asks the messenger in the sister asks that the messenger in Job 33:23, could it be an angel or an upright person? Yeah, it could be either or. When Gabriel came to Mary, right? Gabriel was an angel. He came to Mary to give her a message. When the angel came to Manoah, Samson's mother and father, he was an angel. He came and gave them a message. Mind you, he didn't eat with them either. He didn't eat with them either, and they say he was of a beautiful countenance, right? So yeah, it could be either or, right? Grab onto that hand and pull yourself out the pit. Let's jump back to Job, to Genesis.
Genesis chapter 19, verse 16. And while he lingered, the man laid hold upon his hand.
Yeah, they have to grab him up out of there. Like, yo, you can't, you lingering. No, we gotta go. This is urgent.
Right.
Go ahead.
And upon the hand of his wife,
Right,
and upon the hand of his two daughters.
right.
The Lord being merciful unto him.
He was doing what?
Being merciful unto him.
He showed him his uprightness. He showed him grace. The Lord being merciful to you. Are you going to abuse the mercy? Because there ain't nothing for the hand to just get let go and you just fall right back into the filth.
That's true.
It's nothing. It's nothing. Go ahead.
And they brought him forth and set him without the city.
Right. They brought him forth and brought him without the city. Go ahead.
And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said,
Right.
Escape for thy life.
Right.
Look not behind thee.
Do what?
Look not behind thee.
Yeah, you ain't that got nothing to do with you. It's time for a new life. Go ahead.
Neither stay thou in all the plain.
Right.
Escape to the mountain,
Right. Go ahead.
lest thou be consumed.
Right. Take that high ground so you can now see what's going on. Go to the mountains. Go ahead.
And Lot said unto them, Oh, not so, my Lord. Behold now, thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast showed unto me in saving my life.
Goes right with that Job. Go ahead.
And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die.
Right.
Behold now, this city is near to flee unto,
Right.
and it is a little one.
Right.
Oh, let me escape thither. Is it not a little one?
Right.
And my soul shall live. And he said unto him, See, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city.
Wait, he said what?
I will not overthrow this city.
He said what?
I will not overthrow this city
Go ahead.
for the which thou hast spoken.
What city was it? It was Zoar. One of the 5 cities. Go ahead.
Haste thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou be come thither.
Yeah, so he said, go ahead. You're right. Escape there to Zoar. I can't destroy. He said, I cannot do anything. Right? Go ahead.
Therefore, the name of the city was called Zoar.
Right. That is little. Zoar meant little. Go ahead.
The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar.
Right.
Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah.
Wait, who did it?
The Lord.
Right. So when they said we are going to destroy this place, the Lord is we. When we say we're going to destroy, like if we said, man, we're going to destroy America. Well, we know that we physically are not going to destroy America.
Right.
But Yahweh Shai, the angels, are going to destroy America, and we're part of we. We're part of that. Right. So, you got to look at things in this context.
Okay. And there was one part I wanted to make too. If you could read Genesis 19:22.
Did they get them ways from the front? Oh.
Genesis chapter 19 verse 22. Haste thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou become thither.
And actually, this is like one of my favorite scriptures. And you know why? Because the same way that they couldn't, no destruction could happen until Lot and his people got to a certain point. It's the same way. It's the same way here in America. You want this place destroyed, then you got to get to a certain point.
Do something.
When you get to a certain point, that's when this place will be destroyed. It's no different. It's no different than Revelation chapter 7. You got the angels already holding back the winds of destruction.
The 4 winds, yep.
We just need 144,000 to be sealed, and then the destruction can happen. So
but until then, we just gonna be talking about it.
Time. So it's the same thing. Like here in Genesis chapter 19, verse 22, it's like you have to. It's on you. The ball is in your court. You know what I'm saying? Like, can't nothing happen until you get to this certain point, until you get to safety. Until and then the scripture tells you it's 144,000. But even with the 144,000, even while waiting on the 144,000 to get sealed, you can still get yourself to safety and be safe and be okay.
Yep.
And be worry free and be sorrow free until the 144,000 is sealed, or you can get yourself there and help the 144,000 to be sealed, so we can get out of here. So yeah, I just wanted to point this out with the scripture.
Beautiful point.
Nothing can be done until thou become thither. It's on you. It's on everybody that's reading the scripture right now.
Right.
Can't nothing be done until you become thither. Until you get to that point that you need to get to. Ain't nothing gonna be done. Ain't nothing gonna be done until the Israelites say forget Sodom and Gomorrah and start reaching towards our kingdom. So, yeah.
Right, and think about it. He told them to escape to the mountains. It tells you that he destroyed the cities of the plains. So the mountain areas weren't destroyed, but the plains
verse 25.
were destroyed. So, you know, when you look at the cities, the way the city, just like any city, you got the city, and then you got the outskirts of the city. So,
Suburbs.
or what you call suburbs, or if it has mountains, you got the mountains of that place. But they didn't dwell in the mountains, they dwelt in the plains. Why? It was more inhabitable.
Right.
You wipe that out the map so you can see how Zoar, the mountains of Zoar were still intact because they weren't part of the city. Nobody lived up there. Right? So hopefully that's understandable. So yes, when they said he destroyed 5 cities, he destroyed 5 cities. But he didn't destroy every single thing as far as the mountainous areas, or else Lot would have had nowhere to go. Make sense? Let's read on.
I think
What's that?
Sister Dinah Yashua, I think she had I don't know if she was asking a moment or.
What about the French?
Yeah.
Oh, you was talking about the food. She said, actually, I think the French may have gotten from our folk. Oh, no, wait. Did they get those ways from the French? She's talking about the food. That, I don't know what was intermingled. I don't know what the French eat. I know they like croissants. Croissant, right? They like croissants and wine. But I'm sure they, like, in their traditional sense of food, it's filthy. I'm sure it goes, I'm sure it's... Yeah, French fries are definitely American. right? But I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the French eat, to be honest. Besides croissants, wine,
Oh, they do
French toast.
stuff like Italians too, like
They do a lot of Italian noodles and pasta.
yeah, but like the cured pork,
Ew.
Yeah.
like because I used to work at a deli
Uh-huh.
and they had these like hard like rock pork that you cut and they wanted thin slice
Yeah.
and it's not cooked but it's cured.
And the thinner it is, it makes it less chew. It makes it easier to chew.
It's like it's more flavorful when it's thinner. Yeah.
It's raw. It just tastes like salt.
Because it's cured in salt.
So yeah, it's just salty. There's no flavor but salt. Like
Why
that's
not?
like this. That's like curing it in hot sauce. Like, oh, it's flavorful. It tastes like hot sauce. Hot sauce ain't got no flavor. You guys gotta stop it.
Yeah, I was.
Putting hot sauce on everything.
Gives
They-
it
they-
flavor.
It does not give food flavor. Okay, I'm moving on.
You're outnumbered.
You know what?
I'm moving on,
It does a little bit.
bro.
I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, there we go.
All that hot sauce.
Love it.
You might as well just dip your food in like a hot sauce bath because it takes away the flavor. It just tastes nothing but like hot sauce.
I'm not a hot sauce guy like that, but I like spicy stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
So why don't you just cook with the spice?
Yeah, I cook with the spice.
Why not cook with the spice instead of adding it to the food and drowning it?
I don't just start.
You don't drown.
You don't understand. You don't understand.
No. This guy puts hot sauce on everything.
Oh,
Yashikar.
He travels with the sauce.
On everything. Mac and cheese, everything.
Yashikar put on everything.
It tastes good on
Yeah,
mac and
Yashikar
cheese.
does put on everything.
It tastes real good on mac and cheese.
That's
What do
the
y'all
thing,
just
right?
cook with the spices? Like I can't understand like making jerk chicken and then putting more sauce on it.
Oh, he'll do
Nah, I
that.
can't do
And he'll
that.
even like,
Yeah.
he'll
I can't-
put
I
like
need more jerk
jalapenos
sauce.
in the food and still put hot sauce on it.
Yeah. All right, man.
Someone said they put eggs on their hot sauce when they get eggs.
I had it on my eggs this morning.
That's
What you mean?
hot sauce and ketchup.
I'm not a hot sauce guy.
Yeah,
That's how
God.
he eats his
And even the hot sauce that I use, it's a habanero.
I put it on French fries,
The
everything.
red one?
It's a habanero sauce. If I do use
That's the
it,
green one.
no, habanero is red.
Okay.
Yeah, Scotch. I mean, it could be red or yellow. Scotch bonnet, the same thing. Anyway, I ain't never gonna get y'all to stop eating that hot sauce. I want. Nah.
Throw it over there.
Right? Oh yeah, cause he got a bottle on display. Part of his utility belt, his Batman utility belt. It's like 3 hot sauces. He got a Batman utility belt with like 13 knives, some jewelry, and hot sauces right there. I know.
They grab my ball.
See, I know. Straight up a child. Go ahead, read on, man. Hot sauce dreams. See, Dawayad? See, he's with me on that.
What's that?
He said he can't. He don't like the smell of hot sauce.
See what Dylan's like.
Yeah, we might be gassed.
Oh, he was talking about. He's talking about.
Jamaica.
Are they getting flooded in Jamaica? Yeah, we were talking about that. They getting hit by that same hurricane, that Beta or Zeta, whatever it is. It's like night in Jamaica, and some parts of the island is getting flooded. Yeah. Yeah, man. Habanero sauce is fire. Yeah, that's that boy. That's that scotchy. Anyway, yeah, Jamaica's getting hit. Let's read on, man. Y'all having too much fun.
Verse 24. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah
Right?
brimstone
Right.
and fire
Right.
from the Lord out of heaven.
From who?
From the Lord out of heaven.
Now, listen, this is no different than when the apostles asked Yahushua, when the city did not receive them, and he said, shall we call fire from heaven and rain on them? And he was like, whoa, the Son of Man came not to destroy men's lives, but to give life. Same powers, man. Same powers. The apostles had the ability, after rolling with Yahushua, to call down fire from heaven. So did Elijah. He called down fire from heaven. All right, so many of man have the ability to do so. Let me see. Oh, it's white. Go ahead. So the Lord called down fire from heaven. Read.
And he overthrew those cities.
Right.
And all the plain.
And all the plain, the cities in the plain, right? Go ahead.
And all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground. But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt.
And you know what's beautiful about this? When I first came into the truth and I read this, I was like, damn, she just looked back and that was it? Nah, it wasn't that she
had an attachment. She had
she became salt.
She had an entanglement.
Yeah.
She had an entanglement with Sodom and Gomorrah. She was entangled in the lifestyle. She was missing the lifestyle. So what is it saying? Even when you do make your move forward, go there real quick. Go to Philippians.
Oh, did you go here? That's a good part.
Where?
Like, you know, when you get to Josephus. You
Right.
don't have to go there now. We already passed it, but. The last verse. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Because then that like really backs up the Josephus
Yeah.
part.
Give me 1 second. Wow. Right? Where we at? Why did Lot's wife turn into salt and not any other substance? Huh? It doesn't say why. It just says she turned into salt. Turned into a pillar of salt. It doesn't say why. Why it was that specific substance.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it had to be something that was going to last forever. She's still there now. Y'all know that, right?
So.
Brothers go up there and they go visit Lot's wife.
Isn't salt like a preservative kind of way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a preservative.
So. Yeah.
But it had to be enough salt to where it didn't wash away with the elements and the heat, and it served as a memorial.
That's what I was gonna say.
And black salt,
No, it's not black salt. Like the photos that I've seen, like it's even hard to make out, but you can see that. Oh, yeah, yep, it's real.
government calls it a fire and stuff. Like turn it
Well, remember they were already out of the city.
Oh, she
Yeah.
was too?
Yeah, she was out. She didn't get burnt up with Sodom and Gomorrah. She was out and looked back. So she got pulled from destruction and looked back to wonder why they were getting destroyed. Right? The scriptures say it. We went there. We was in there yesterday. Be not curious how the wicked shall be destroyed, but how the righteous shall be saved. Right. 2 Esdras 9:13. Therefore, be not thou curious how the ungodly shall be punished and when, but inquire how the righteous shall be saved, whose world it is and for whom the world is created. But beforehand, it talks about all the people that despise the law and despise grace. And when they had a chance to turn from their wickedness, what did they do? No, I'm going to continue to be a sodomite. You get pulled all the way out. Don't look back. That's going to be even worse for you. You're going to become the memorial for all the people that are in that same mind state. You're going to be the thing not to do. You're going to be the person not to follow. So even being pulled out, there's a way your mind has to be calibrated in what is happening. Even when I get pulled out of my own personal Sodom and Gomorrah story, when I get pulled out of this, where's my mind at towards it? She was being forced. She was being forced at the end of the day. She wasn't willing. They were dragging her. She looking back like, no.
I wasn't ready.
I wasn't ready. But what's there for you?
Yeah.
If they were on homosexuality and she's a married woman, what was she on? Where was her mind at?
And you know, also too, man, the scriptures are written as a learning and a teaching moment. We're supposed to look back at it and be able to learn from the past, right? So what's cool about this is when you look at the deliverance that's going to be happening in America, you gotta understand. There's gonna be some men and women that's gonna be like Lot's wife. That's gonna be looking back. So you gotta ask yourself, what side of the coin do you want to be on?
Right.
There has to be somebody, not just one person, but a couple of people that's gonna be looking back like his wife. It's natural. So just like prophecy, who do you want to be? Do you want to be Lot and his two daughters that was able to run out, or do you want to be like his wife? That's going to end up turning into a pillar of salt. Not saying that when this is happening, you're going to turn into a pillar of salt, but what I am saying is that you might mess around and get burnt up, just like everybody else is going to be getting burnt up. So, just something to think about when, as our deliverance approaches. Do you want to end up like Lot's wife? Think about it. She was, and then we look at the pillar of salt on the mountain. Like if you look it up online, it's funny. You'll see it's not like she was like at the bottom of the mountain.
They're at the top.
She was at the top. She was like damn near right there, like a couple more steps.
The cave where she is in the cave. Cave was like right a couple of feet over.
Couple of feet. So just think about it. You'll be a couple of, I'm not gonna say a couple of feet, but you'll be extremely close. That's why the scripture says that our salvation is nearer than you believe. You'll be damn near right there and won't make it. Now think about that. Think of how scary that is. Like it's like the lottery ticket. You got all the numbers, but the one number that you missed it by like one. It was like 27, and you missed it by 26. You put 26. You would have been like, and then especially if you thought of 26, but then you was like, nah, I'm gonna do 27. And you end up missing out on the lottery. Imagine how you would feel. It would be like, golly, man, I was this close. But it's like it's the same thing when you look at her. Like she was that close. She was that close to making it. And that's how it's gonna be for a lot of people. You were that close.
Yep. She just threw the picture up. Now think about it. Like the sister said, she was supposed to have a willing mind. Why wouldn't you have a willing mind towards your salvation? Why wouldn't you be willing to come up out of the filth? Well, there's a few reasons why you're not willing to do it. You don't know you're in filth, or you like it. That's it. I don't know I'm in filth. Once it's shown to me, oh, okay, let me get up out of that. Or, yeah, I don't want to leave the filth because I like it. That was her situation. She liked it. That's why she looked back on it. That concupiscence, right? So what is it? Wondering concupiscence, man. Undermine the simple mind, right? Why? She wanted to go back and wonder, like, man, how am I gonna get all the amenities if the place is destroyed? How is all my pleasures gonna be fulfilled? Whatever she was into or whatever she wanted to be into. I mean, we're just making an assumption. They don't say nowhere that she was a sodomite or a lesbian. They don't say it. But why would you even care about that and wonder about that? Right? When this place starts to burn, when wicked men are being destroyed, I'm not inquiring. Like, when I heard about the rapper getting killed, I didn't jump into the story like, oh, let me see how he died. I already know how he died. Some rapper got killed, some dude from Chicago. I already know how evil men die. Even old girl, that little influencer, how she died. Y'all just told me. But 3 things come to mind. And they're not all good. Like, she wasn't taken because she was just doing something so positive for the community.
Oh, no, she was big on homosexuality.
Yeah. All you got to do is look about their life and what they're about and know, oh, well, hey, she was a ransom for the righteous. She was a ransom for the righteous, man. Yeah. We don't got to inquire too hard. You kind of know.
Especially if the world promotes it.
Yeah. Right. You know by the tone of this society. Where we at? Yeah. What did you pull? What scripture you at?
I have no idea. You said Philippians?
Me?
Look at the things beforehand. What is it, 3, 6, what is that, Philippians 3? Looking at the things beforehand.
It's forgetting those things behind.
Yeah, it's like Philippians 3, 14 or something like that. It's Philippians 3
Yep.
and 13.
3:13.
Yep. Read that.
Philippians chapter 3, verse 13. Brethren, I count not myself to have apprehended,
Go ahead.
but this one thing I do.
This is one thing I what?
This one thing I do.
There's one thing you do so you don't get caught up like Lot's wife. Read.
Forgetting those things which are behind.
Yeah, because those things that are behind were carnal. They were foolish. Right? Go to Romans real quick. Hold that. Go to Romans 6. Go to Romans 6 real quick, and I want you to start at verse Romans, right? Romans, Acts. Dang. Forgot where Romans was. What the hell? Man. Romans 6:19. Read.
Romans chapter 6, verse 19.
You know why you got to forget those things that are behind? Because these are the things that were behind. Read.
I speak after the manner of men,
Right?
because of the infirmity of your flesh.
Right?
For as ye have yielded your members servants to uncleanness.
Right, because that's what you did in your past life. You yielded your members to servants of uncleanness. Read.
And to iniquity.
And to what?
And to iniquity.
And to iniquity. Prove me wrong. Go ahead.
Unto iniquity.
Go ahead. So you put sin on sin, iniquity onto iniquity. You had some iniquity going on. You thought the way you was going to fix it was going to be the right way. You didn't use the Bible. You added more iniquity. Read.
Even so now, yield your members servants to righteousness unto holiness.
Go ahead. Read on.
For when ye were the servants of sin,
Right?
ye were free from righteousness.
Yeah, when you were the servants of sin, man, you had no righteousness in you. You got to forget that unrighteous path. Read.
What fruit had ye then in those things whereof ye are now ashamed?
Now, a lot of y'all, a lot of us have a lot of shame from the things that we did in our pasts. So he asks the question, what fruit had you then in the things that whereof you are ashamed? Go ahead.
For the end of those things is death.
And luckily you haven't been brought to the pit because there's a messenger, an interpreter, someone to grab you by the hand and say, let's go. But if you keep looking back at the things that are bringing you death and have brought you destruction and chaos and confusion, you're not going to get the salvation that you so desperately want. You're not going to get it. You're not going to get it your way. That's the problem. You're not going to get it your way. You can't have salvation in slavery. You know that, right? Like, people want to be comfortable in America. How you going to be a comfortable captive?
That's why the scripture says, is Israel a servant? Is he a homeborn slave?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because our people want to roll around comfortable in captivity, comfortable around homosexuality, comfortable, like, man, I know the drugs is going on and the killings and this and that, but I'm going to just make myself comfortable. I'm going to carve out my little place of humble abode, right? Think about it, though. If you look at the way America is, like, believe it or not, there was a time when this wasn't as populated as it is now, right? And this was considered some of the outskirts of whatever city was built up, right? But as people come in and influence in this, things get built up. You can't escape is what I'm saying. You can't escape people. You run to the fields, they're going to start going to the fields too and building up, and next thing you know, that's a city. Right? You can't, there's no, let me carve out my little niche in some place where nobody's going to be, and let me be comfortable in this place. No. The wickedness, it tells you, we were mingled amongst the heathen.
Yeah.
We are dropped in the midst of a crooked and perverse generation. I give you all the scriptures, right? You can't avoid it. You can't avoid it, but you literally don't have to be a part of it. Mentally, is what I'm saying. Did you finish that?
Okay.
Right. Read verse 21 one more time.
Romans chapter 6, verse 21.
This is a question for all of us, man. All those that are fighting and you doing the, man, I want to go back to Egypt for the leeks and the fish. Ooh, that was no different than Lot's wife, right?
God.
Let us go back to Egypt for the leeks, the fish, the flesh pots. All y'all that are looking back at the old life like, I was so much better without the truth. I was so much better without order, discipline, charity, love, long-suffering, endeavoring, unity, communication. I was so much better not communicating because all that communication is just too much. Okay, well, read 21 again.
Romans chapter 6, verse 21. What fruit had ye then in those things whereof ye are now ashamed?
Where is the fruit of that labor is the question. Where is the fruits that you have of non-communication, of being the self-alike, the selfie-alike? Where's the fruits of being a selfie-alike? You go on some of y'all's social medias, and it's like, geez, right? It's like no scriptural adherence whatsoever. Everything is about vain beauty. Everything's about. See how I pucker my lips? Like, geez, come on. I can't get like a scripture meme? Nothing? Nothing of spiritual content? Brothers on their shirt, like, you shouldn't be on your social media with your shirt off, man. Or running around in your drawers and things like that. And you talking about you a Hebrew. We got to have a different level of decency. The scriptures say we got to set the clean from the unclean. And the holy from the unholy, and the profane from the unprofane. So who's going to do that? Who's gonna allow themselves to be pulled out of the unholy things and be pulled into a whole different level of thinking? I mean, that's what it's about, right? Where are the fruits of those labors? There has to be some fruit that comes from what you put in, or else you worked in vain. But that's how you know it's vanity. That's how you know it's vain, because there's nothing that comes from it. There's nothing that comes from all the social media posts. There's nothing that comes from sitting around not doing nothing. There's nothing that comes around from not unifying. Nothing comes from just being in yourself, being in your own head. Nothing comes from that. Nothing comes from rebellion. Nothing comes from pride. I mean, destruction.
Death.
Right? Death. But that's why he said, for the end of those things are death. So, I'm going to do you like old boy did DMX and Belly. What did he say? He said, step into the light, brother. Remember when he was about to kill him? What was he saying to him? That's what he said. I messed up my own intro. He definitely don't know.
I don't remember.
Remember when he was about to go kill the Muslim guy? And he said, step into the light, brother. He said, will you step into life?
Phone already out.
All right, I ain't gonna remember. But the bottom line is, step into the light, man. Step into life. Let's jump back. Listen, a lot of Crediziah, that's on point. Susanna kept her beauty hidden. Listen, a lot of our women kept their beauty hidden. And when you read about a beautiful woman like Abigail, it wasn't only that she was beautiful, it was coupled with intelligence and wisdom. You know, Bathsheba, you think she wasn't bad?
I was in her name.
But but think about it, she was a harlot. She committed adultery with another man. She was a light woman. I don't want to call her a harlot, but she was definitely hoeing around, and she was fine as hell. But the Bible don't talk about no understanding coming from her. It just says she was beautiful, right? But Abigail said she was beautiful and a woman of understanding. Deborah, it talks about her understanding. You know, the Bible made it clear about these women that move with that understanding. So yeah, you keep the beauty hidden, because even when you go to Peter, it tells you let it be the hidden man of the heart, right? Not the beauty, the plaiting of the hair, the jewels, the nose rings, the makeup. Come on, man, we got to do better. We got to be set apart and be pulled away from the mentality that. Just think about the mentality. The mentality of social media is pride, first and foremost. The mentality of them, even smartphones, is pride. When they put selfie cams, why? So you can take photos of yourself.
Yep.
I think you might want Isaiah 60 and 12, Bakar. Unless there's another one I'm not thinking about. Read that. Right? It's all about pride. Remember, 1 John 2:15 tells you all that is in the world, the pride of the eyes, the pride of life, the lust of the flesh. This is what we're supposed to be breaking from. I mean, I don't see him doing a bunch of selfies.
I don't take pictures, period, really like that, though.
Right.
Even in the world, I wasn't a
You're the
picture
wrong
person.
guy to use.
Yeah.
I don't see him taking a bunch of selfies. Right? I don't sit there and take a bunch of selfies. Or my rib, or like, that's not what we on. We ain't got time for that. That's idle. Social media, selfie sticks. I'm not saying you can't take photos, but if your whole social media page is just your face, and you got 1,000 posts,
Right.
whoa. Come on, man.
Everyone can see every angle of your body.
Yeah, but it ain't changed. You just the same looking person for over the last years. I mean, come on, man. We got to do things a little bit different. We supposed to be the set apart. We supposed to be the children of light. We supposed to be moving in wisdom, not being idle, not being caught up in these things. You know what I'm saying? Cut my thumb off and just. Right. Go back to Genesis, man.
Genesis chapter 19, verse 27.
Am I tripping? Isaiah 60, right?
Isaiah 60 and 8, yeah. That's the only one I think of.
Go ahead.
And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord. And he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace.
Ooh, just like how America's going to go up. This is representation of Babylon and Egypt, America. This is the foretelling. If you want to try to break this down in symbolic, here it is.
Yes, sir.
Abraham, the righteous man, looked off and saw the perpetual burning, a place where nothing grew. Now, the difference is Sodom and Gomorrah didn't burn forever, but this place will. Go ahead.
And it came to pass, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham,
Right?
and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrown. When he overthrew the cities in the which Lot dwelt. And Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar.
Right?
And he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters.
Right, so he was in the mountains of Zoar. All right, make that, and remember, Zoar was one of the 5 cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, but the mountains were accessible. Go ahead.
And his firstborn said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth.
Now, they must have been very naive.
Yeah.
There's not a whole man in the whole entire earth, but think about it. Think about, it wasn't even that they were naive. That's how spectacular the destruction was. They thought the whole earth got burned up. Oh my gosh. That Sodom and Gomorrah hit must have been, whew.
I was thinking that when I read that too. I was like, nobody on earth, they felt like this was the apocalypse.
Yeah, they thought that they were the only ones living.
Gone.
But think about it. I mean, just like Noah and the flood, they were the only ones left.
Gone.
It could have happened, but the whole place wasn't filthy like Noah and the flood. But you got to look at even all these deliverances, man, where he'll destroy everything around you to bring you up out.
God, that's true.
But he can't do it until you make the move. And if he does do it and you're there, then you just part of the filth.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night.
Now this must have been some
Strong wine.
Strong drink.
this must have been some wine that,
2020.
man,
Ever clear.
Right, Everclear wine or something. This must have been the most potent wine on earth.
Thunderbird.
For this man to drink and lay with his daughters.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But, man, I read this and I'm just like, how?
Right.
Like,
But then, if you ever had beer goggles?
What is that?
Beer goggles is when you're so faded and drunk.
You know?
Not even that you see doubles. You don't know what you see.
Just cover
You don't know what's going on. You know, I mean,
Triplets.
I mean, it'd be hard to lay with your daughter, especially if it's only y'all two. Like, where was his mind? That just had to be some very strong wine. Let's leave it at that.
I took a Molly.
Huh?
Took a Molly.
You said they mollied him? They don't say that. They gave him wine.
Look Molly, I'm sweating.
They popped the molly, he started sweating. Dang. Did Lot's daughters know the law? I mean, they should have. They should have, but they went against the law.
Yeah.
They went against the law thinking that their necessity came first. So what is it showing us? That you can't do things out of necessity. To obey is better than sacrifice. Yeah, they went against the law. They went against it. They went against the law thinking like, oh, we're the only ones on earth and our father hasn't brought forth seed.
And you can't move rash because they moved very rash.
Yeah.
It's like it happened and they're like, oh crap, They didn't even, because it talks about it. They were still in the cave.
They were still in the cave.
So
yeah.
like they didn't even really give themselves the time to, okay, let's get out the cave and go look around, and
yeah.
you know what I'm saying? They were still in the cave.
oh yeah, let's regroup and find out where Abraham's at. Find our kinfolk.
To see if anything is
Yeah.
gone.
Right. Lot was dwell in the mountains in the firstborn son. Yeah, I mean, you can only imagine a few days probably passed through these different events. Right? A few days probably passed where they didn't do the thing where like, okay, let's get about the cave and let's go move around. Right? Let's give him wine and get him drunk to bring forth seed. Think about it. Our Father is all there is not a man on earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Firstborn. Right. Should have stayed barren. I mean, you should have just stayed without. Should have just stayed. Right? Virgin. But they were like, they wanted to preserve seed for their father. So where was their belief in the Most High? Zero. They took it upon themselves and they committed a sin. They committed folly. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 33. And they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in and lay with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose.
That's wild to me. Like, you couldn't even know when she got up and lay down. Like, they got him toasty. Go ahead.
And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also. And go thou in and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose.
You don't make wine like that no more.
Hell no.
Thank God.
You know,
I don't know if I want some of that.
Yeah.
I definitely don't.
they didn't make him do nothing.
Nah.
Like, they didn't force the wine down his throat and make him drink so much.
Right.
They didn't force him to excess.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, that was him.
That was him.
That was him. That was his choice. They didn't open his mouth and pour the wine in it.
Right.
Yeah.
So
So
Lot was
really,
off too.
what was in Lot? I mean, think about it. Why would you go live in Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yeah.
But this is the thing. When you go into Lot and you deal with Terah, Lot was from one of Abraham's brothers. Who did the righteousness go through?
Abraham.
Went through Abraham. They
Right.
didn't go through Abraham's brothers, right? It went from Terah to Abraham. So it's easy to say that there was a lack of adherence to the law coming from those brothers. The righteousness didn't reside with them. You see that righteous line, that righteousness to do the right thing, it wasn't completely all the way in them. Go ahead.
Thus were both the daughters of Lot with the child by their father. And the firstborn bare a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites unto this day. And the younger, she also bare a son, and called his name Ben-Ami.
Yeah.
Ben-Ami. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day.
And we know their fate. So they can't enter into the congregation ever.
10 generations.
Right? Because why? It was the incest. That sexual immortality, sexually immoral.
Right. And law didn't do anything about it.
Right. Where we at?
Genesis chapter 20, verse 1. And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the south country, and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah, his wife, she is my sister, and Amalek, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But God came to Amalek in a dream by night.
So who's Amalek? No, Abimelech.
Abimelech.
Not Amalek. Amalekites, remember, they're the grandson of Esau. Abimelech, right? So it said that the Most High came to Abimelech. Go ahead.
In a dream by night, and said to him, behold, thou art a dead man. For the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. But Abimelech had not come near her. And he said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, she is my sister. And she, even she herself said, he is my brother. And the integrity of my heart and innocency of my hands have I done this. But God said unto him in a dream, yea, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thy heart. For I also withheld thee from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I thee not to touch her.
Right. The Most High speak once, yea, twice. When man perceiveth not, in a dream and in a vision, when deep sleep and slumber falleth upon man, he sealeth their instructions to hide man from his pride. You see that? So, verse 6, and God said unto him in a dream, yea, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thine heart. The Most High, bro, you got to see the equity of the Most High. This man was going to take this woman, not in a filthy way, because that's how they roll. A woman came into your kingdom, and she wasn't spoken for. The king can take her. That was one of the stipulations of the king. He said he was going to take your daughters and make them confectionaries, right? Little playthings, little tasty morsels, right? That's what a confectionery is. Little tasty morsel, right? So what he was doing was lawful. It was kingly, but he said it not integrity. Most High came to him and was like, nah, listen, he said, surely you're a dead man. Most High was looking out for Abimelech. Go ahead.
Now therefore, restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet.
Right.
And he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all these things in their ears. And the men were sore afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said unto him, what hast thou done unto us? And what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, what sawest thou that thou hast done this thing? And Abraham said, because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is a daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. And she became my wife. And it came to pass, when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is thy kindness, which thou shalt show unto me, at every place whither we shall come. Say of me, he is my brother. And Abimelech took sheep and oxen, and menservants and womenservants, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his wife. And Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before thee, dwell where it pleaseth thee. And unto Sarah he said, Behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to thee a covering of the eyes, unto all that are with thee, and with all others. Thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto God.
Right, and let me say something real quick. Let me just make sure it is clear. I was saying that the righteous line went through Abraham, right? Not that Lot was wicked or unrighteous. Let's go to 2 Peter's real quick. 2 and verse 7. I was just saying the righteous line went with Abraham. That's where the righteous line went. Not that Lot was wicked or off. We'll read that. 2 Peter's 2 and verse 7 and 8.
2 Peter chapter 2, verse 7.
Right.
And delivered just Lot,
Right.
vexed with filthy conversation
Right.
of the wicked.
Go ahead.
For that righteous man
Right.
dwelling among them,
Go ahead.
and seeing and hearing,
Right.
vexed his righteous soul from day to day with their unlawful deeds.
Right. So, no matter what, the righteous line went through Abraham because it couldn't come through Lot having kids with himself, with his daughters.
Yeah.
It didn't go. It stopped at Lot. Moab and Ammon, that's cut off.
Yeah.
So that's what I was alluding to. So hopefully that's clear. I wasn't trying to crap on Lot or make it seem like he was some wicked ass dude. All right. Yeah, I mean everybody gets that, right? Yeah.
Verse 17. So Abraham prayed unto God, and God healed Abimelech and his wife and his maidservants, and they bare children.
All right, that's it. That is it for the second reader. Let's get the third reader up.
Say less.
Shabbat Yehuda, Bun Yasharallah.
Amon Izar, Shabbat Yehuda, Bun Yasharallah, Ben Abizra, Imadi, Barat.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Brakatah.
Genesis chapter 20, verse 18. For the Lord had fast closed up the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. Chapter 21 and verse 1. And the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, And the Lord did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived, and bare Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which God spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bare him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son, Isaac, being 8 days old, as God had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born unto him. And Sarah said, and God hath made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me. She said, and she said,
Who would have said?
Who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age. And the child grew and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, which she had borne unto Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham, Cast out this bondman and her son, for the son of this bondman shall not be the heir with my son, even with Isaac. And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. And God said unto Abraham, Let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the lad, and because of thy bondwoman, in all that Sarah has said unto thee. Hearken unto her voice, for in Isaac shall thy seed be called. And also the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is thy seed. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it to Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the child, and sent her away. And she departed, and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba.
Yes, I was told that the Moabites are. Yes, I was told that the Moabites are the Asian people, but who are the children of Ammon?
Well, if you're speaking about today, I mean,
There's not enough. There's not a lot of biblical reference and evidence to say that they're this people or that people. When we deal with Yeshaya on it, he shows us that, like we know, Israel is scattered within all these different nations, and that Israel's in everyone. So, to be able to really pinpoint exactly who they are, there's not enough biblically for us to do that. So we kind of stay away from Chinese, and the Chinese is Moab, and the Japanese is Ammon, because it's hard to prove. You see that it's hard to prove that. So we just stay away from that. We just say Chinese and Japanese, Moab and Ammon. All right. Where we at?
Genesis 21:15. And the water was spit in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. And she went and sat her down over against him a good way off.
Now remember, this wasn't a newborn baby. This Isaac was in his teens. The way it's written, it'd make you think like she was dealing with a brand new child in a swaddling cloth.
God.
Remember, when we weaned our children, it was anywhere between the ages of 3 to 5 years old. All right, but it tells you exactly how old he is. We did the math.
Oh, when he got circumcision.
Right. Because he got circumcised when he was how old again?
8 days old.
No. That was Isaac, but Ishmael got circumcised when he was way into his life.
13 with this person.
Yeah, about 13. So even if you add, let's say, the minimal 3 years of weaning, 16 at the time. At this time, he wasn't a little ass baby. So, but the way it's written, you would think like, oh, he's a newborn infant, but he couldn't be a newborn infant because he's still older than Isaac. He's older than Isaac by a few years, by a lot of years.
Yeah.
So the way it's written,
It's funny.
the way it's written, like, take the lad in thy hand and da-da-da-da-da, you be thinking like, oh, she grabbed the baby and nestled him because he was hungry. Nah. He was a grown dude in the corner crying. He was spoiled. He was the firstborn. It's not like Abraham didn't love him. He was the firstborn. When they had to kick him out, they said they grieved him to do that because of his son. It was his son. It was his firstborn. But he was, what do you do with the firstborn? You give him everything. He was supposed to be the strength, right? He's supposed to get the inheritance, all those different things. You spent the time with him. You nurtured him. You grew him. Yeah, so, it's just the way it's written where he wasn't an infant. He was a teenager. Where you at?
Genesis chapter 21, verse 16.
Right, go ahead.
And she went and sat her down over against him a good way off,
Right.
as it were a bow shot. For she said, let me not see the death of the child. And she sat over against him, and lifted up her voice and wept.
Right.
And God heard the voice of the lad. And the angel of God called to Hagar out of heaven, and said unto her, what aileth thee, Hagar? Fear not, for God hath heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in thy hand, for I will make him a great nation.
Yeah, to hold him in thy hand, you would think like, oh, pick up the baby.
Like the baby. You got to remember, Abraham had Ishmael when he was 86, right? Then Abraham had Isaac when he was 100. So Ishmael was at least 14 years old when Isaac was born. So then when you consider that he got kicked out after he was weaned, which weaning was like, what, about 3 years?
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5 years?
Yeah.
So 14 plus 3, let's just say the minimum is 3
17.
years. He was 17.
Yeah, he was 17. So,
But even 14 is like, but
come
then
on,
when
man.
you had an
Anything past 5, you're not picking up and doing that to it at 5.
No, y'all gotta smash Muslims over the head with that. It's your forefather right here.
Yeah, he was over there crying in the wilderness of hunger.
He was 17.
So the Lord heard his voice. He wasn't praying. He was crying. His was hungry. Spoiled brat.
God.
Right? Well, you shouldn't have been mocking. Shouldn't have been mocking. Go ahead.
And the Most High opened her eyes, and she saw the well of water. And she went and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad drink. And God was with the lad, and he grew, and dwelt in the wilderness. And he became an archer, and he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran. And his mother took him a wife out of the land of Egypt. And it came to pass at that time that Abimelech and Phicol, the chief captain of his host, spake unto Abraham, saying, God is with thee in all that thou doest. Now therefore swear unto me here by God that thou wilt not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto thee, thou shalt not do unto me, and to the land wherein thou hast sojourned. And Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of the well of water, which Abimelech's servant had violently taken away. And Abimelech said, I wot not who had done this thing, neither didst thou tell me, neither yet heard I of it, but today. And Abraham took the sheep and oxen and gave them to Abimelech. And both of them made a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, what mean these 7 ewe lambs which thou hast set by themselves? And he said, for these 7 ewe lambs thou shalt take of my hand, that they may be witness unto me, that I have digged this well. Wherefore he called the place Beersheba, because there they swear both of them. Thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Phicol, the chief captain of his host, And they returned into the land of the Philistines. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba, and called there on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land many days. Chapter 22, verse 1. And it came to pass after these things that the Most High did tempt Abraham, and said unto him, Abraham. And he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now thy son, thy only son, Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee in the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon the mountains which I would tell of thee. Forgive me. I don't know why I'm messing up like that. Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went into the place which God had told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place afar off. And that's it. Oh, okay.
All right, so everybody understands what's going on.
You reached to 9.
No,
my
to
bad.
9, right?
Yeah.
My bad, sorry.
And Abraham said unto his young man, Abide here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again to you. And Abraham took wood of the burnt offering, and laid it upon Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand, and the knife, and they went both of them together. And Isaac spake unto Abraham his son, his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here am I, my son. And he said, Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? And Abraham said, My son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together. And they came to a place which God had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood.
Right, that's it.
Is that it? If you don't want to read that, you can read too. You want to read or no? Know how to read, man, so you get up here.
Benaiah Shabbat Tashal Yahoda Ban Yashar Allah Men of Israel Imagine Barak
Yahweh Hashem Yahshai Barakathem.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Barakatah. Genesis chapter 22, verse 10.
Genesis chapter 22, verse 10. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of the Lord called unto him out of the heaven, and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Here am I. And he said, Lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that thou fearest God, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, from me.
God.
And Abraham lifted up his eyes, and looked, And behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns.
You know what's crazy about this? You really got to think about it, man. Isaac been waiting to have kid. I mean, not Isaac. I'm sorry. Abraham been waiting to have a kid. He had his first kid in 86 with Ishmael, and then that kid got sent away. And now, 14 years later, he gets Isaac, right? And then some years pass, and the Most High is like, offer me Isaac. But think about how old Abraham was. And Abraham didn't back down. He didn't back down. It was like Khan. He took the knife, was about to do it. So it shows Abraham's mentality, man. It's on a whole nother level.
Come.
Read on.
And Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of the place Jehovah
Jireh.
Jireh?
Yeah, Jehovah Jireh.
Jehovah Jireh. As it is said to this day,
Jireh, I'm sorry.
in the mount of the Lord it shall be seen. And the angel of the Lord called unto Abraham out of heaven the second time, and said, By myself have I sworn, saith the Lord, for because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore. And thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba. And Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things that it was told Abraham, saying, Behold, Milcah, she hath also borne children unto thy brother Nahor. His firstborn, and Buzz.
Where you at? Huz and Buzz.
And Buzz his brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram, and Chesed, and Hazel, and Pildash, and Jidlaph, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begat Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother, and his concubine, whose name was Ruma. She bare also Teba, and Gaham, and Dahash, and Ma'acha.
Yeah, Ma'acha. All right. Now we're going to jump to 2 Kings chapter 4 and verse 1. That is it for Genesis. We're going to 2 Kings chapter 4. We're going to start at verse 1.
Second Kings chapter 4 verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
Now there cried a certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets unto Elisha, saying, Thy servant, my husband, is dead.
Let me just say this real quick about that Genesis. The reason why it was going through that lineage, because it wanted to show Rebecca. She was the highlight of that. Because remember, Rebecca is going to be introduced into the story later down the line. So it was showing you where Rebecca came from. Right? Remember, Rebecca was Isaac's cousin. Right. So that's why they went back through that. Verse 23, and Bethuel begat Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother. So any child in Abraham's was going to be the cousin to Milcah. Right. And his concubine, whose name was Rumah, she bare also Tabah and Gaham. and Thahash and Ma'acha. Right. So it was going through that to show where Rebecca was coming from. Once we read next week, it'll go into that story. And so now where are we at?
2 Kings 4 verse 1.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And thou knowest that thy servant did fear the Lord, and the creditor is come to take unto him my 2 sons to be bondmen. And Elisha said unto her, What shall I do for thee? Tell me, what hast thou in the house? And she said, Thine handmaid hath not anything in the house, save a pot of oil. Then he said, Go borrow thee vessels abroad of all thy neighbors, even empty vessels, borrow not a few. And when thou art come in, thou shalt shut the door upon thee and upon thy sons, and shalt pour out into all those vessels, and thou shalt set aside that which is full. So she went from him and shut the door upon her and upon her sons, who brought the vessels to her, and she poured out. And it came to pass, when the vessels were full, that she said unto her son, Bring me yet a vessel. And he said unto her, There is not a vessel more. And the oil stayed. Then she came and told the man of God. And he said, Go sell the oil, and pay thy debt, and live thou and thy children of the rest. And it fell on a day that Elisha passed
To Shunem,
where was a great woman, and she
constrained
him to eat bread. And so it was, that as oft as he passed by, he turned in thither to eat bread. And she said unto her husband, Behold now, I perceive that this is an holy man of God, which passeth by us continually. Let us make a little chamber, I pray thee, on the wall, and let us set for him there a bed, and a table, and a stool, and a candlestick. And it shall be, when he cometh to us, that he shall turn in thither. And it fell on a day that he came thither, and turned into the chamber, and lay there. He said to Gehazi, his servant, Call the
Shunammite.
And when he had called her, she stood before him. And he said unto him, Say now unto her, Behold, thou hast been careful for us with all this care. What is to be done for thee? Wouldst thou be spoken for to the king, or to the captain of the host? And she answered, I dwell among mine own people. And he said, What then is to be done for her? And Gehazi answered, Verily she hath no child, and her husband is old. And he said, Call her. And when he called her, she stood in the door. And he said, About this season, according to the time of life, thou shalt embrace a son. And she said, Nay, my lord, thou man of God, do not lie unto thine handmaid. And the woman conceived and bare a son at that season that Elisha had said unto her, according to the time of life. And when the child was grown, it fell on a day that he went out to his father to the reapers. And he said unto his father, My head, my head. And he said to a lad, Carry him to his mother. And when he had taken him and brought him to his mother, he sat on her knees till noon, and then died. And she went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God, and shut the door upon him, and went out. And she called unto her husband, and said, Send me, I pray thee, one of the young men, and one of the asses, that I may that I may run to the man of God and come again. And he said, Wherefore wilt thou go to him today? It is neither new moon nor Sabbath. And she said, It shall be well. Then she saddled an ass and said to her servant, Drive and go forward. Slack not thy rider for me, except I bid thee. So she went and came unto the man of God to Mount
Carmel.
Carmel. And it came to pass, when the man of God saw her afar off, that he said to Gehazi, his servant, Behold, yonder is that
Shunammite.
Run now, I pray thee, to meet her, and say unto her, Is it well with thee? Is it well with thy husband? Is it well with the child? And she answered, It is well. And when she came to the man of God to the hill, she caught him by the feet. But Gehazi came near to thrust her away. And the man of God said, Let her alone, for her soul is vexed within her. And the Lord hath hid it from me, and hath not told me. Then she said, Did I desire a son of my Lord? Did I not say, Do not deceive me? Then he said to Gehazi, Gird up thy loins, and take my staff in thine hand, and go thy way. If thou meet any man, salute him not. And if any salute him, answer him not again. And lay my staff upon the face of the child. And the mother of the...
Right. Real fast. Aggie student. Genesis 22 and 2, Genesis 22 and 12 both refer to Isaac being Abraham's only son. Would it be safe to say that although Abraham fathered Ishmael, that the Most High doesn't count Ishmael as being Abraham's son? Well, he does count him as being his son, because that's why he gave him a blessing, according to Abraham. Watch. When you go back to Genesis, chapter 21 and verse 17, read that. 21 and 18.
Genesis chapter 21 and verse 18.
Right?
Arise. Lift up the lad and hold him in thine hand.
Right?
For I will make him a great nation.
Right. So this was Ishmael's blessing, so that he would, right? It said 12 princes, right, would come out of him. So that was because of Abraham and him being Abraham's son. Now, remember when you read the story, what happened? He had to send him off. So when you say your only son, well, I mean, in the sense, he was his only son because he was the only son. Isaac was the only one that was there. Right? The other his other children hadn't been born yet. And Isaac was the only one available. Yeah. What's that?
21 and verse 13, says he's Abraham's seed. So, yeah. It's a son.
Right. 21 and verse 13? Right. Also, and also the son of the bondwoman I will make a nation because he is thy seed. Right? So that's why, so yes, he got blessed because he's Abraham's seed. So yes, the Most High did recognize him as his son, but then Bakar threw in there the perfect scripture, right on point. Go there real quick. It's Galatians 3:16. Abraham had he had more than one son at the time, but think about it. He had a son after Isaac. He had Midian. Midian was one of Abraham's sons, but the promise went to Isaac. The straight up inheritance went to Isaac, to that seed. So read that.
Galatians chapter 3 verse 16.
Right.
Now to Abraham and his seed were the promises made.
Right.
He saith not, And to his seeds.
And to seeds, because Abraham had seeds. Go ahead.
As of many.
Right, because Abraham had many seeds. When you go into Genesis, where is it at? 25? Right, when you go to Genesis 25:1, and again, Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. Check this out. And she bare him Zimran, and Jokshan, Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shuha. So he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He had 6 kids from this one woman. That was one woman. Then he still had Isaac and Jacob. Isaac and Ishmael. Right? So he had 8 sons. Not to seeds many, but to one seed. So it wasn't that these men weren't recognized as Abraham's children or as his sons. But at the time, if you looked at it in the context of the time and what happened, Ishmael wasn't around. He gave Ishmael what he gave him and sent him off to a different land. Just like how he did these sons.
Yeah.
I think it says it. He sent them away from Isaac.
Yeah, he did.
It does.
Yeah. Where is it at? Wherefore she said unto Abraham, cast out this bondwoman and her son. For the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac. And the thing was very grievous.
There's another one.
Right. Right, and here it is. Verse 12. This is Genesis 21:12. And God said unto Abraham, let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the lad and because of thy bondwoman. In all that Sarah hath said unto thee, hearken unto her voice, for in Isaac shall thy seed be called. You see that? Also of the son of the bondwoman I will make a nation, because he is thy seed. Oh, here it is. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, took bread and a bottle of water, gave it unto Hagar. No, that's not it.
Yeah, it's when he went over and he started giving all his sons the blessings.
His sons the blessings, right?
Yeah.
We're that's in that has to be after Genesis. That has to be. Let's see here. Oh, here it is. Here it is. It's Genesis 25.
Yeah.
So Genesis 25:6. But the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts. He gave gifts and sent them away from Isaac, his son.
Yep.
You see that? So what did he give them as gifts? He gave them land and cattle. Think about it. Midian went and took a whole land. The land of Midian. Ishmael went and took a whole land. Right? They went and became nations, man. Sent them away from Isaac, his son, while he yet lived, eastwards into the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham, his life, which he lived in 115 years. Yeah. You see that? So, and his son Isaac and Ishmael buried him. So think about it. Even though he sent Ishmael off, it said they both buried him. So he wasn't far off from him. Yeah. He just wasn't being dealt with as an heir. You see that? How would they be able to bury him? Well, he wasn't. They weren't dealing. He wasn't being dealt with as an heir. In the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar, the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased from the sons of Heth. There was Abraham buried, and his Sarah, his wife. We buried our dead. Right. So then it goes into the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, who Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham. These are the names of the sons of Ishmael by their names according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nabujath, Kedar, right? Adbeel, Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma, and Massa, Hadar, Tamar, Jether, Napish, and Kedemoth. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names by their towns and their castles. 12 princes according to their nations. You see that? So it wasn't that he wasn't looked at as a son. He he just wasn't being looked at as an heir. He wasn't being looked at as an heir. He still got a blessing because he was Abraham's son. All right. So did Midian. So did all these other ones. Right. Midian, like I said, they turned into a whole people with a whole land and everything. That's where Moses fled to, the land of Midian. Midianites. They became a snare, got wiped out. Anyway, so hopefully that's clear. What's that? Oh, you good? Oh, you good? Okay. You was commenting me? No. Next reader. Oh man.
Shadak, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yasha'Allah, Men of Israel, Amadim, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Brakathum.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Brakathum.
Trying to take my
That is all name. Shaw. Shakar. Yahweh. But Yasha'Allah. Yeah, Ishmael's definitely counted. Definitely counted as being a son. Just not counted for the inheritance. Where we at?
So we're at 2 Kings chapter 4, verse 30. And the mother of the child said, As the Lord liveth, and as my soul liveth, I will not leave thee. And he arose and followed her. And Gehazi passed on before them, and laid the staff upon the face of the child. And there was neither voice nor hearing. Wherefore he went again to meet him, and told him, saying, The child is not awake. And when Elisha was come into the house, behold, the child was dead, and he laid upon his bed. He went in, therefore, and shut the door behind them twain, and prayed unto the Lord. And he went up, and laid upon the child, and put his mouth upon his mouth, and his eyes upon his eyes, and his hand upon his hands. And he stretched himself upon the child, and the flesh of the child waxed warm.
I mean, what type of man was Elisha? Where you bringing cats back from the dead? I think he did it on more than one account.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like what? Think about it. If he got a double portion of Elijah's spirit, I mean, how cold was Elijah? He got a double portion. I mean, he got propelled to the next level. Because Elijah wasn't no slouch either. You know, Elisha did a lot of miracles, but Elijah wasn't a slouch either, man. He's a powerful brother. But think about just mentally, like where your mind, the focus that your mind had to be on. Like when these men prayed, there wasn't no, like the Most High heard it. It's crazy.
Awesome.
Well, you had your hand up.
Con, I was just going to say, this is where, you were speaking earlier, the 144, this is where we're all getting to.
Right.
This level right here, right? This is what we're trying to get to.
This is what we're trying to get to.
Con.
Yeah. Go to James. Go to James real quick. 5. I mean, this is basically what happened. 5:14. Where you at? Go to James 5.
James chapter 5, verse 13. Is any among you afflicted? Let him pray. Is any merry? Let him sing psalms. Is any sick among you? Let him call for the elders of the church, and let them pray over him, anointing him with oil in the name of the Lord. And the prayer of faith.
The prayer of what?
The prayer of faith.
Think about the level of faith. That I'm gonna pray for this thing and it's gonna happen. I'm gonna pray for the revival, and it's gonna happen.
Somebody that's that, yeah.
It's gonna happen. That is just. I'm gonna say this: we got a long way to go. Right? He said, "Neglect not the gift that is in thee, the laying of the hands of the presbytery." Right? Those gifts, man. Listen, can we get to them? Whew. Seems like so far away.
Yeah.
Why? Because, let's be honest, it's hard to, bro, it's hard to keep your mind. It's hard to keep your mind straight. And I mean, just pinpoint, direct on one thing. It's so much going on. It's so much filth. And it's just the condition of man, the battle of the flesh, man. Well, you be pinpoint on one thing, but then you fall somewhere else.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? It's hard, but this is the levels that we're trying to get to, where I can bring a man back from the dead. I can pray to the Most High, knowing that the prayer of faith is so strong that it's just a formality now. My prayer is just me being formal with the Most High, knowing that He's going to give me what I want. And it's not a guessing game no more.
Yeah.
It's not a damn, man, is the Most High with me or not? This is what we're trying to get to, man. That Elijah level. Some crazy levels, bro. Some crazy levels, man. Gonna take a real meek, humble individual to have that power. Imagine what comes with that power. Gonna be tempted with men worship. Yeah, and that's why it's hard for us to have those type of levels of power. Because men is gonna worship you, and you're egotistical, you get puffed up. You know what I mean? One man can't have all that now. But think about it, it wasn't just Elisha and Elijah, or it wasn't just Elisha that had those powers. And Elijah that rolled with him, we know he was taken up. But there were other good men that had these abilities, man. Remember the 12, they were given the abilities to do. He said, Yahweh Shai said, you're gonna do these things and more. You're gonna do all these miracles and more.
Wasn't it 70? Because he said 70. He sent 70 out, and he said 70 came back in.
You talking about Yahweh Shai?
Khan.
Bro, he had secret apostles. He had secret disciples.
Right. It was way more.
Yeah, it was more than 70.
Well,
he had disciples all over the world.
Because I was speaking this to Brother Shatak about it. He said that Judas was one of those guys who went out and casted out devils, and he turned around and turned his back on them.
Yeah.
Right?
Of course.
Man, that's
Judas was with them. That's why he said, think about it. We've casted out devils in your name. Flee from me. I never knew you, you worker of iniquity. Judas casted out devils in the name of Christ. Yes. He was with them. But remember, haven't I not chosen you, and one of you has the devil? Remember, it tells you the devil entered into Judas. You see that? So you wasn't always like that, but the devil entered into him. We know after he started handling the money, he became, he started stealing. That was the opening up of that malicious spirit. Right? So, yeah, he was rolling with the apostles, casting out demons, fasting, praying. He was doing everything they were doing. That's why it says false brethren entered in unawares to spy out our liberties. Paul tells you about false brethren. Paul tells you about false brethren a few times in the scriptures. Judas he turned out to be a false brethren, meaning he didn't hold to the standard that was being given. He didn't hold to what he was taught. He went the carnal route. You see that? But did we finish this, James? Read 15.
James chapter 5 verse 15.
Go ahead.
And the prayer of faith shall save the sick.
Shall do what?
Shall save the sick.
Read.
And the Lord shall raise him up.
Yeah, the prayer of the faith shall save the sick, and the Lord will raise him.
Wow.
Read.
And if he have committed sins, they shall be forgiven him.
Yeah, and then it goes down. Isaiah was a man subject to like passions, and he prayed earnestly that it may not rain, and he stopped it from raining. And he prayed that it would rain, and it rained. Just showing, like, bro, he said he was a man subject to like passions as we are. So can we attain to these powers? Yeah, we got to get rid of our passions. Those like passions, those youthful lusts, those earthly lusts. Listen,
It's definitely possible.
everything's possible with Yahweh Shai,
Yes, sir.
but I ain't going to say it's not hard. I ain't going to say it's not hard, man. All right? So, but we can do it. We can definitely do it. Jump over, back to, man.
2 Kings chapter 4 and verse 35.
Yeah, Elisha did a lot of miracles, man. He did a lot of miracles. Even it was Naaman. He was a bro that needed to go wash in the river. He didn't want to do it because he was sick. Like, just go wash in the river. You know, but go ahead, read on.
2 Kings chapter 4, verse 35. Then he returned and walked in the house to and fro, and went up and stretched himself upon him. And the child sneezed 7 times, and the child opened his eyes. And he called Gehazi and said, Call this Shunammite. So he called her. And when she was come in unto him, he said, Take up thy son. Then she went in and fell at his feet and bowed herself to the ground and took up her son and went out. And Elisha came again to...
Oh, that was it.
7.
Yeah, you go to Luke.
So we're going to Luke chapter 18 and verse 28. Luke chapter 18 and verse 28. Then Peter said, Lo, we have left all to follow thee. And he said unto them, Verily I say unto you, there is no man that had left house, or parents, or brethren, or wife, or children, for the kingdom of the Most High's sake, who shall not receive manifolds more in this present time.
Wait, so you're going to receive the ones that did the lot in Sodom and Gomorrah and gave up the things that weren't going to be their salvation. Think about it, man. Your mama can't save you in this.
Wow.
Daddy can't save you. Your uncle and them, your auntie and them, they can't save you. They can't save us. We got to give them up. We got to give up mother and father and brethren if they're not walking according to this word. We have to give things up that are not according to this word, according to the will of the Most High.
Done.
But he said those same things that you give up, he said, I'm going to give you back. Here, where else?
Who shall not receive manifolds more in this present time,
Right?
and in the world to come everlasting life.
Life everlasting.
Excuse me, life everlasting.
Yeah, man. You're going to get double the reward. You're going to get double the reward. Go ahead.
Verse 31. Then he took unto him the 12, and said unto them, Behold, we go up to Jerusalem, and all things that are written by the prophets concerning the Son of Man shall be accomplished. For he shall be delivered unto the Gentiles, and shall be mocked, and spitefully entreated, and spit on. And they shall scourge him, and put him to death. And the third day he shall rise again. And they understood none of these things. And this saying was hid from them. Neither knew they the things which were spoken. And it came to pass that, as he was come nigh unto Jericho, a certain blind man sat by the way side begging. And hearing the multitude pass by, he asked, what it meant. Verse 37. And he told him that Yahushua of Nazareth passeth by. So he cried, saying, Yahushua, son of David, have mercy on me. And they which went before rebuked him, that he should hold his peace. But he cried so much the more, Thou son of David, have mercy on me.
So crazy.
So that's, oh, that's not, is that a 9 or a 7?
That's enough.
Oh, it was a 7.
That's all good.
Where we go now?
First Esdras.
So now we're going to 1 Esdras chapter 7 and verse 1.
Yeah. Remember, we're trying to incorporate the Apocrypha. So we're just adding 2 chapters to the back of the reading. That way we can get some reading in the Apocrypha down. A lot of good things in the Apocrypha.
Oh, can I get that big one?
For your eyeballs.
Let's see. Con.
Huh? The Luke.
First Esdras chapter 7 and verse 1.
I don't think so.
Then Cineas, the governor of Silo, Syria, and Phoenice, and
Sathra. Sathra Bazanes. Or Bazanes. That's a crazy name.
Yes, sir. Like songs like, man, y'all just be making up names.
It's not like song, making up names.
With their companions, following the commandments of King Darius, did very carefully oversee the holy works, assisting the ancients of the Jews and governors of the temple. And so the holy works prospered when Agias and Zacharias the prophets prophesied. And they finished these things by the commandments of the Lord, power of Israel. And with consent of Cyrus, Darius, and Artaxerxes, kings of Persia. And thus was the holy house filled, and the 23rd day of the month, Adar, in the 6th year of Darius, king of the Persians. And the children of Israel, the priests, and the Levites, and the others that were of the captivity that were added unto them, did according to the things written in the book of Moses. And the dedication of the temple of the Lord, and to the dedication of the temple of the Lord, they offered 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs. Verse 8, and 12 goats for the sin of all Israel, according to the number of the chief of the tribes of Israel. The priests also of the Levite stood arrayed with their vestments, according to their kindreds, to the service of the Most High power of Israel, according to the book of Moses. And the porters at every gate. And the children of Israel that were of the captivity held the Passover the 14th day of the first month, after the priests and the Levites were sanctified. Verse 11. They that were of the captivity were not all sanctified together, but the Levites were all sanctified together. And so they offered the Passover for all them of the captivity, and for their brethren, the priests, and for themselves. And the children of Israel that came out of the captivity did eat, even all they that had separated themselves from the abominations of the people of the land, and sought the Most High. And they kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days, making merry before the Most High. For that he had turned the counsel of the king of Assyria toward them, to strengthen their hand in the works of the Most High power of Israel. First Esdras chapter 8, verse 1. And after these things, Artaxerxes, the king of the Persians, reigned, came Ezra, the son of Sarias, the son of Azarias, the son of Hilchai, the son of Salum, the son of Sadok, the son of Achitu, the son of Amaris, the son of Isaias, the son of Merumoth, the son of Zarias, the son of Silvas, the son of Bokaz, the son of Abisam, the son of Panis, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the chief priest. This Esdras went up from Babylon as the scribe, being ready in the law of Moses, that was given by the Most High of Israel. And the king did honor him, for he found grace in the sight of all his requests. There went up with him also certain of the children of Israel, of the priests, of the Levi, the holy singers, porters, and ministers of the temple unto Jerusalem, in the 17th year of the reign of Artaxerxes, in the 5th month. This was the king's 7th year, for they went from Babylon in the 1st day of the 1st month, and came to Jerusalem, according to the prosperous journey which the Most High gave them. For Esdras had very great skill, so that he omitted nothing from the law and commandments of the Most High, but taught all Israel the ordinances and judgments. Verse 8. Now the copy of the commission, which was written from Artaxerxes the king, came unto Esdras the priest, and the readers of the law of the Most High, that followed. King Artaxerxes unto Esdras the priest, and the readers of the law of the Most High, sendeth greetings. Having determined to deal graciously, I have given order that such of the nation of the Jews, and of the priests and Levites being within our realm, as our willing and desirous should go with thee unto Jerusalem. Like,
This is 1 Esdras chapter 8, verse 11. As many therefore as have a mind thereunto, let them depart with thee, as it hath seemed good both to me and my 7 friends the counselors, that they may look unto the affairs of Judea and Jerusalem, agreeably to that which is in the law of the Lord, and carry the gifts unto the Lord of Israel to Jerusalem, which I and my friends have vowed, and all the gold and silver that in the country of Babylon can be found, to the Lord in Jerusalem. Verse 14. But that also which is given of the people for the temple of the Lord their God at Jerusalem, and that silver and gold may be collected for bullocks, rams, and lambs, and things thereunto appertaining, to the end that they may offer sacrifices unto the Lord God upon the altar of the Lord their God, which is in Jerusalem. And whatsoever thou and thy brethren will do with the silver and gold, that do according to the will of thy God. And the holy vessels of the Lord, which are given thee for the use of the temple of thy God, which is in Jerusalem, thou shalt set before thy God in Jerusalem. Verse 18. And whatsoever thing else thou shalt remember for the use of the temple of thy God, thou shalt give it out of the king's treasury. And I, King Artaxerxes, have also commanded the keepers of the treasures in Syria and Phoenice, that whatsoever Esdras the priest and the reader of the law of the Most High God shall send forth, they should give it him with speed, to the sum of 100 talents of silver, likewise also of wheat, even to 100 cores, and 100 pieces of wine, and other things in abundance. Let all things be performed after the law of God diligently unto the Most High God, that wrath come not upon the kingdom of the king and his sons. I command you also that ye require no tax, nor any other imposition of any of the priests or Levites or holy singers or porters or ministers of the temples, or of any that have doings in this temple, and that no man have authority to impose anything upon them. And thou, Esdras, according to the wisdom of God, ordain judges and justices, that they may judge in all Syria and Phoenice, all those that know the law of thy God, and those that know it not, thou shalt teach. And whatsoever, verse 24, and whatsoever shall transgress the law of God and of the king shall be punished diligently, whether it be by death or other punishment, by penalty or of money, or by imprisonment. Then said Esdras the scribe, Blessed be the only Lord God of my fathers, who hath put these things into the heart of the king, to glorify his house that is in Jerusalem, and hath honored me in the sight of the king and his counselors and all his friends and nobles. Therefore was I encouraged by the help of the Lord my God, and gathered together men of Israel to go up with me. And these are the chief according to their families.
So, don't get it twisted. And if you're confused, this is the Most High using the nations.
Yeah.
This is the Most High using the Persians, using the king of Persia, right? Artaxerxes tells you he was the king of the Persians, Persians and Medes, right? Darius, you had Darius, you had Cyrus, you had Nebuchadnezzar. These were other nations, man. The Most High put it in their head. Let's get the temple reconstructed, right? And not only we gonna let you reconstruct, we gonna pay for it. We gonna pay for it. We ain't gonna tax, no taxes, nothing. Y'all, we gonna take care of it for y'all. I mean, so the Most High did use the nations, and you can see it when it says the forces of the Gentiles.
yes, sir.
It's gonna rebuild. Ain't that what happened here? Now, obviously, the kingdom didn't last forever here because it's not the same. We know that in the future, that kingdom is gonna last forever. They're gonna be bringing in things to build up not Jerusalem, that's going to already be built, but the things around, you know, the other parts of the kingdom, not the holy place, right? So Most High just, man, he repeats that history on us. Yeah. That's why when things happen, it shouldn't be far-fetched, like, oh, he used the nations. He's going to use the nations again. He's going to use the nations again to build up our walls. Right? So go ahead. Oh, question. Oh, yeah. Passover was just mentioned. So I was inquiring about the next holy day. When does the Feast of Dedication begin this year? Hanukkah is on December the 8th.
8th.
Right.
15th.
Through the 15th. That's December 8th through the 15th. That's when we'll be observing the Feast of Hanukkah, dedication or lights. So we won't have class. And we've been announcing it. We stay announcing it. That way y'all know. Huh?
That's literally a month from now. Today's
Yeah.
what, the 7th?
Today's,
Yep. 7th.
yeah, so basically in a month. In a month.
God, bro.
Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
25th of Kislev is December. But we're doing it on December we're doing it December the 8th through the 15th, so not December the 25th. The 25th of Kislev. Oh, she's going off the,
Jewish?
yeah, you can look at the Zonovan. Going off the Jewish names. I don't know the Jewish names off my head. But yeah, we're doing it. We do Hanukkah December the 8th through the 15th. Right? 25th of Kislev is December.
Yeah, December.
Kislev, yeah. Yep. Will be December. Could we also use Romans?
They have the same date.
Yeah, and then Romans 11:14, he used the nations to provoke us, but in a different way. See, you read this Esdras, he's literally using the nations to rebuild the walls. To provoke us to emulation, that's different. He literally put the nations in our place. Or, let me not say he did it. Through our fall, they took our place as far as, think about it. Now they call themselves a Jew. At this time, they knew who the hell they were. They knew they were Persians and Medes and Babylonians, and they knew who they were. They wasn't trying to take our identity. Now it's a whole different level of, I'm going to steal your identity. So it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. I asked because of First Maccabees. Yeah, that's where you find. Yeah, that's where you find in First Maccabees. That's where you find about the rededication. That's where you find about the rededication. So yeah, Kislev, right? How do you say that? Kislev. Sounds Russian or German, right? Kislev. That would be the month that we celebrate Hanukkah, which ends up being on the Greco-Roman calendar, December. All right, yeah, real crispy. Right, so let's hop back.
All right. This is First Esdras chapter 8 and verse 28.
So you got all these names coming up.
Oh, damn, yeah. And these are the chief according to their families and several dignities that went up with me from Babylon in the reign of King Artaxerxes. Of the sons of Phinehas, Gerson; of the sons of Ithamar, Gamaliel; of the sons of David, Letus, the son of Shechanias; of the sons of Perez, Zacharias; and with him were counted 150 men. And of the sons of Pahath Moab, Elianias, the son of Zarias, and with him 200 men. Of the sons of Zatho, Shechanias, the son of Jezalus, and with him 300 men. Of the sons of Adin, Obed, the son of Jonathan, and with him 250 men. Of the sons of Elam, Josiah, son of Gothalias, and with him 70 men. Of the sons of Shephatias, Zarias, son of Michael, and with him 70 men. Of the sons of Joab, Abadias, son of Jezelis, and with him 212 men. Of the sons of Banid, Asalamoth, son of Josephias, and with him 160 men. And the sons of Babi, Zacharias, son of Bebe, and with him 28 men. Of the sons of Astath, Johannes, son of Akaton, and with him 110 men. Of the sons of Adonicam, the last, and these are the names of them: Eliaphalet, Juel, and Samias, and with them 70 men. Of the sons of Bago, Uthai, the son of Istalkarus, and with him 70 men. And these I gathered together to the river called the Raz, where we pitched our tents 3 days, and then I surveyed them. But when I had found them there none of the priests and Levites, then sent I unto Eleazar and Iduel and Masman and Elnathan and Mamaeus and Jorebus and Nathan and Unathan, Zacharias and Masalomon, principal men, and learned. And I bade them that they should go unto Sadeus, the captain who was in the place of the treasury, and commanded them that they should speak unto Dadius and to his brethren, and to the treasuries in that place, to send us such men as might execute the priest's office in the house of the Lord. And by the mighty hand of our Lord they brought unto us skillful men of the sons of Molai, the son of Levi, the son of Israel, Asibibia and his sons and his brethren, who were 18, and Asibia and Anuas and Osias his brother, of the sons of Hananias, and their sons were 20 men. And of the servants of the temple, whom David had ordained, and the principal men for the service of the Levites, to wit, the servants of the temple, 220, and 220, the catalog of whose names were showed. And there I vowed a fast unto the young men before our Lord, to desire of him a prosperous journey, both for us and them that were with us, for our children, and for the cattle. For I was ashamed to ask the king footmen and horsemen, and conduct for safeguard against our adversaries. For we had said unto the king that the power of the Lord our God should be with them that seek him, to support them in all ways. And again we besought our Lord as touching these things, and found him favorable unto us.
So I read now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Pretty much finish up chapter 8.
Okay. Then I separated 12 of the chief of the priests, Esperias and Asanias, and 10 men of their brethren with them. And I weighed them the gold and the silver, and the holy vessels of the house of our Lord, which the king and his council and the princes and all Israel had given. When I had weighed it, I delivered unto them 650 talents of silver, the silver vessels of 100 talents, and 100 talents of gold, 20 gold vessels, and 12 vessels of brass, even of fine brass, glittering like gold. And I said unto them both, Are ye holy unto the Lord? And the vessels are holy. It's like,
Oh, do you want this?
no, I'm good. Yeah. And I said unto them both, both ye are holy unto the Lord, and the vessels are holy, and the gold and the silver is a vow unto the Lord of our fathers. Watch ye, and keep them till you deliver them to the chief of the priests and Levites, and to the principal men of the families of Israel, in Jerusalem, into the chambers of the house of our power. And a lot of these men, like when you're dealing with like Phineas and Gershom and Ithamar, Ithamar was who? He's one of Aaron's sons. Yeah. And when you go through it was like Numbers,
It tells you like the sons of Gershon, they were in charge of this, pertaining to the priesthood. So these were important names. These were the head tribes, the head men. All right, the head families of Israel. Where are we at? So verse 60. So the priests and the Levites who had received the silver and gold and the vessels brought them into Jerusalem, into the temple of the Lord. And from the river Thiras we departed the 12th day of the first month, and it came to Jerusalem by the mighty hand of our Lord, which was with us. And from the beginning of our journey, the Lord delivered us from every enemy. And so we came to Jerusalem. And when we had been there 3 days, the gold and the silver that was weighed was delivered in the house of our Lord on the 4th day unto Marmoth, the priest, the son of Iri. And with him was Eleazar, the son of Phinehas. Remember Phinehas and Eleazar? Right. So remember, this is generation, this is a few years removed. So, obviously Aaron and his sons weren't around, but these are the generations that it's dealing with now, the sons. Where we at? And with him was Eleazar, the son of Phinehas, and with him were Joshbad, the son of Jeshua, and Moeth, the son of Saban, Levites. All was delivered them by number and weight, and all the weight of them was written up the same hour. Moreover, they that were come out of the captivity offered sacrifice unto the Lord, power of Israel, even 12 bullocks for all Israel, 16 rams, 12 lambs, goats for a peace offering, 12, all of them a sacrifice to the Lord. And they delivered the king's commandments unto the king's stewards and to the governors of Caesarea and Phoenice. And they honored the people and the temple of God. Now, when these things were done, the rulers came unto me and said, the nation of Israel, the princes, the priests and Levites, have not put away from them the strange people of the land, nor the pollutions of the Gentiles, to wit, of the Canaanite, Hittite, Perizzites, Jebusites, and the Moabites, Egyptians, and Edomites. For both they and their sons have married with their daughters, and the holy seed is mixed with the strange people of the land. And from the beginning of this matter, the rulers and the great men have been partakers of this iniquity. And as soon as I had heard these things, I rent my clothes and the holy garment, and pulled off the hair from off my head and beard, and sat me down, sad and very heavy. So all they that were then moved at the word of the Lord power of Israel assembled unto me, whilst I mourned for the iniquity, but I sat still full of heaviness until the evening sacrifice. Then rising up from the fast with my clothes and the holy garment rent, and bowing my knees, and stretching forth my hands unto the Lord, I said, O Lord, I am confounded and ashamed before thy face, for our sins are multiplied above our heads, and our ignorances have reached up unto heaven. For ever since the time of our fathers we have been and are in great sin, even unto this day. And for our sins and our fathers, we with our brethren and our king and our priests were given up unto the kings of the earth, to the sword, to captivity, and for a prey, with shame unto this day. Verse 78, and now in the same measure hath mercy been showed unto us from thee, O Lord, that there should be left us a root and a name in the place of thy sanctuary, and to discover unto us a light. It's a long chapter. Wow. A light in the house of the Lord our power, and to give us food in the time of our servitude, Yea, when we were in bondage, we were not forsaken of our Lord. But he made us gracious before the kings of Persia, so that they gave us food. Yea, and honored the temple of our Lord, and raised up the desolate Sion, that they have given us a sure abiding in Jewry and Jerusalem. And you know, man, when you read this, you're like, these heathen, they literally believed in the Most High that much that they gave us the free passage to rebuild. But man, and it puts it into perspective when you look at who we're in servitude now to, and how far gone they are. But and that's how you know who Esau is, man. That's how you know. It said he would be God. He would put himself in the seat of God. They give no, like, listen, if we ever went, let's say we went to the United Nations, every Israelite showed up to the UN, right?
Probably bring us some Guantanamo Bay.
Listen, even if they gave us a seat at the table, you think they would actually give us any recognition? Like, oh yeah, y'all are the real Jews. Go ahead and do y'all's thing. We're gonna let y'all build synagogues. We're gonna government fund y'all schools so you can teach and wake your people up. Hell nah. Because it's way more than just rebuilding a temple. It's way more than just that. It's once we get going, it's literally their destruction. So by all means, man, they're never going to admit who we are. Not to us. They'll admit it to themselves, but they won't admit it to us. And they will never let us chase after the Most High the way we need to, because they know that's the end. It's the end for them. It's the end. This was a little bit different circumstance. But that pride, see, the scripture said if they restore the pledge, they ain't even trying to do that. That pride in them is just like, nah. Let's see here. Are they going into the moon thing? The 20th. Just dealing with the calendar. The brothers, we get the brothers from I believe the House of David. They're the ones that do the calculations off of the moon, and they go off of the full moon. Okay. So they do the calculations, and we follow that. Remember, you're going off of, you got to erase. You have to erase real quick the calendar, November, December, January. You got to erase that out of your head. That's the confusion. You can't look at the moon and say, well, it's the 25th of November. You know why? Because a full moon happens how often?
30 days.
Every 30 days. So what happens when you have 31 days in a year? What happens when you have in a month? What happens when you have 28 days in February? So you have to erase November, December, January, February, March, April, May, and you calculate the moon from the beginning of the year all the way through, and that's how you'll get the actual lining up, the date now with the moon. That's how we do it. I know it's kind of confusing, but you have to erase November, December. You got to erase that out your mind and just go off of 30 days from new moon to new moon. 30 days, new moon to new moon. 30 days, new moon to new moon. Don't give it no names. Just say first month, second month, third month, fourth month, fifth month, sixth month, all the way to 12. And then you'll see it drops, boom, on whatever day. That's how it's calculated. Nothing is calculated as far as the feast. When we do it with the moons, it's not. You can't use January, February, March, April, May, because they give you 365 days in a year. What's 30 times 12? Yeah. I mean,
Oh, you're
I was
waiting
trying to look for the calculator.
yeah, wait, I thought y'all. No, I know the answer. I know. Yeah, I know the answer. No, I know the answer. It's 360. 30 times 12 is 360. Where did they get the extra 5 days from? Where do they get the extra 5 days for 365? So that right there shows you if the moon does its revelation, it's changing from full to dark, crescent, whatever, the phases of the moon. It's like 29 and a half days, which makes sense because that half day gives it a chance to change into the other part.
Right.
So, I mean, you could say 30 days. Why is there 365? So that right there tells you can't go off of the calendar that the Greco-Roman, you can't use that. Trust me, I was confused up on that. What's the TikTok commercial? I was this many years old when I learned. Yeah. I was today years old when I learned such and such. It didn't sink into my head either until recently. I was like, it don't make no sense. And me and Kazak was talking. He's like, erase the calendar out your head, and I was like, okay, that makes sense. You're going off the calendar, but then trying to put the moon into the calendar. The moon and the calendar don't match. The moon and the calendar do not match, so you can't use both. That's where the confusion is. Yeah, that's where the confusion is. So if you do the moon, it wouldn't be November 25th. It wouldn't be. There's too many days in the year. It don't add up. They give us, then on a leap year, how many days is it? Yeah, on the leap year it's 366 days, right?
Is it?
Yeah, on a leap year? Yeah, a leap year is every 4 years. They give you the February 29th. Right.
Yeah.
They probably got a real calendar somewhere.
Right. They give you, and then they change. They change up everything, man. Like everything's being changed up. They even changed their own little wax zodiac. Like Scorpio ain't the dates that it used to be, and this thing. And then they try to add a zodiac.
Did they?
That's a whole other talk, but they use all that according to their months and their days of the year. So just understand that. I hope. Yeah, it's 360, but and she said LOL.
Yeah.
BA was like 360 LOL. But yeah, but they tell you 365, so that automatically is going to throw off if you try to use the moon coupled with the calendar. All right, so hopefully that's clear. It's definitely done purposely. It said they sought to change times in ordinances. They try to change the times. That's another way to keep you enslaved. If you don't know what time it is, if you don't know the time and how long it's been for something, you'll be misguided. Sadly. Yeah. Where did I end off?
82.
82. First Esdras 8:82. And now, O Lord, what shall we say? Having these things, for we have transgressed thy commandment, which thou gavest by the hand of thy servant, the prophets, saying that the land which you enter in to possess as an heritage, it is a land polluted with the pollutions of strangers of the land, and they have filled it with their uncleanness. So we were trying to go into that land of Canaan, right? Canaan was filthy. Therefore now, shall ye not join your daughters unto their sons, neither shall ye take their daughters unto your sons. Moreover, you shall never... Moreover, ye shall never seek to have peace with them, that ye may be strong and eat the good thing of the land, and that ye may leave the inheritance of the land unto your children forevermore. And all that is befallen is done unto us for our wicked works and great sins. For thou, O Lord, didst make our sins light, and didst give unto us such a root. But we have turned back again to transgress thy law, and to mingle ourselves with the uncleanness of the nations of the land. Remember, Psalms 106:35. We were mingled amongst the heathen and learned their works. And let's see here. Mightest not thou be angry with us to destroy us, till thou hadst left us neither root, seed, nor name? O Lord of Israel, thou art true, for we are left a root this day. Right?
Yeah, verse 85 is nasty.
Yep.
85, 86, 87, 88, yeah. 89, behold, now are we before thee in our iniquities, for we cannot stand any longer by reason of these things before thee. And as Esdras in his prayer made his confession weeping and laying flat upon the ground before the temple, there gathered unto him from Jerusalem a very great multitude of men and women and children, for there was great weeping among the multitude. Then Jeconias, the son of Jelas, one of the sons of Israel, called out and said, O Esdras, we have sinned against the Lord. Power, we have married strange women of the nations of the land, and now is all Israel aloft. Check this out, 93. Let us make an oath to the Lord that we will put away all our wives which we have taken of the heathen, with their children. That was the oath that they made, because they didn't have to put away the children. The children were Israelites.
Yeah.
But the children were so polluted, it was like, man, you get rid of the cow and the calf. You get rid of the chicken with the hens. That was like I said, we're going to make an oath with the Lord. And the children, like as thou hast decreed, and as many as do obey the law of the Lord. Arise and put in execution, for to thee doeth this matter appertain, and we will be with thee, do valiantly. So Esdras arose and took an oath of the chief of the priests and the Levites of all Israel to do after these things, and so they swear. And why did I point out the whole children? Because we know when you read in Matthew, what is that, Matthew 13? The wheat and the tares, right? A lot of people love to go, a lot of schools like to go to this instance only, in Ezra and Nehemiah only, to point out that a man coming into the faith is supposed to get rid of, if he had a heathen rib and some children, he's supposed to get rid of the woman and the children.
Yeah.
No. That's what they did at that time. That was their oath that they swore. The children, they definitely supposed to get rid of the women, but they put in there the children. Let me not say they weren't supposed to. They didn't have to get rid of the children, them being Israelite children. Y'all understand that, right? Right. They could have got rid of the women, and cleaned them children up. Got them right. But you know what that's showing you? What it's showing you, you know why I let the wheat grow with the tares? Because as soon as you cast off a child's mother, that child is gone too.
That's true.
You're going to be wondering for his mama. Right? They're going to be lost wondering for their mom. And depending on the age, little infant babies need their mothers. They need that mother. You know, and then when they get to another age, they know, okay, this is my mom. You cast that off, the child is gone with that, man. So we go to Matthews to show the balance. We go to the Matthews to show the balance that what? You try to dig up some of the tares, some of the wheat is going to go with it. You probably do more damage. You will do more damage. Huh?
Let them grow together.
Let them grow together. Let them grow together. Yeah, because why?
Because the angels, because the angels said that they said if we go gather, we're gonna gather. Most High said you're gonna gather the wheat with the tares if you don't. So let them grow together.
It goes into the same thing. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I think it is, if I'm not mistaken. It's where Nehemiah was written by Ezra as well.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same story. Right.
The wheat
Yeah.
and tares, because the angel said that he goes, let's go gather up the tares. He said no, you gather up the wheat.
Gather
with
up the wheat.
So
Right.
let them go together.
So if the tare is the mama and the wheat is the child, you gather that mother, you're going to gather up some of them children.
Right.
Those children were going to be lost. But they decided, look, let's just get rid of the goose and the gander. That was their decision. That was their decision. You know, the way we deal with it, if you're coming in and you happen to have a wife, remember, the Most High winked at us at our ignorances.
A lot of brothers out there got heathen ribs, heathen wives with children and all. They come into the knowledge. If what's going to happen is, as you continue to, and this for anybody out there that's dealing with the situation, as you continue to grow in the knowledge, you're supposed to be bringing your family along with you. Scripture said the Spirit bear witness. So guess what? Your heathen rib might not bear witness, but your Israelite children might not either. That's something to consider. But you teach them until what? Until now you apply Matthew's the 10th chapter, the 34th, 35th verse. The word is going to separate. You don't have to do nothing. All you have to do is live accordingly, change your life, and whoever don't want to change will naturally separate from you. You see that? So, because you got, listen, I've dealt with a lot of brothers, man, that have a lot of animosity. They have a lot of animosity for being taught that, oh yeah, you came into the truth, get rid of your rib because she's a heathen. Get rid of your kids. As soon as you come to that mother, like, I got to get rid of you, what's going to happen? She's taking them babies. Now they on child support. Now they all distraught. And it's a bad thing, man, because all you're doing to that man is doing what? You're bringing them back to the curses. We're not here to bring our people back into slavery. We're not here to bring our people back into slavery and bring you back into Deuteronomy 28, 54, 55, 56, where it says the remnant of your children you shall leave. We ain't here for that. You're adding problems. We're not here to add problems to you just to take all the problems off. No. You see that? So we handle it that way. You know, we know what they did in that time of Esdras. We know what happened with Nehemiah. But they didn't have to go to that extreme. But that's what they chose. That was them. When you return to the Lord, seek him 10 times more. That was them doing that. That was them, man. They were like, listen, we got to get all these distractions away from us because they're going to be distractions. We're going to get all the uncleanness out the land. These children, they don't even know our own language. They speak in the language of Moab. They speak in all the other languages, but they don't even know their own native language. They know that means if they knew the language, that means that, come on, man. What do Chinese people eat? What do Chinese people speak?
Mandarin.
Right? When they speak Chinese, right? What do they eat?
Everything.
Chinese food, right?
Okay.
Whatever they eat is what they eat. But you see my point. They speak their language, they eat their food, they dress in their custom. So what was happening here? That the kids didn't even know their own other side of the custom. That means that they was falling deep into the customs of the heathen. So they probably looked at the situation like, man, these kids we can't repair their minds. Let them go with their moms and live different lives. Live the life that they want to live.
Yeah.
You know? So, yeah, man. Very, very, got to get the balance. That's one instance. A man comes into the truth with a heathen. Listen, as long as she's ready to hear and find out her place and see who she is, teach her, teach the kids. A man that's already in the truth, that's trying to get a wife, it can't be a heathen. You're not going out like, Lord, let me go get the closest Edomite I can find. You're not doing that because we know why. The law tells us not to. You read about Solomon. Those are the things that caused him to fall. Taking these strange wives, they seduced him. The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor, but the way of the wicked seduceth him. Mingled amongst the heathen and learned their works. Sacrificed to their idols, gave our children over, all that not so good stuff. All right, so that was the end of it for me reading, right? Read. Yeah, so were there any questions?
On the reading or off the reading?
Were there any questions on the reading? Off the reading.
Fine.
What you got?
It's probably an idiotic question, but
No question is idiotic,
All right.
my brother.
During when we came out of Egypt, this is going off the book of Joshua, going into Judges.
Right.
Okay, on Judges 2.
That's where you've been living, right? Right.
Judges 2, verse 10, and it says also all that generation were gathered unto their fathers. These were the generations with Joshua, that all those men that knew Joshua, that grew up and grew old with him and passed away, that served the Most High. He said, there arose another generation after them which knew not the Lord. That means that generation didn't teach their children about the Most High, because basically that's what I'm reading.
Well,
You see what I'm saying?
I'm just saying. You're just looking at it backwards. They probably taught them, but they didn't listen.
Okay.
It's like this. And it could have been both. A mixture of both.
Right.
It could have been a mixture of both, where we ain't teaching and they ain't listening to nothing. Or we're teaching and they're not listening. But we know the generation went off. Why? Somebody didn't follow somebody.
Right.
You see that? So when you read 2 and 10, and also all that generation were gathered unto their fathers.
Right.
And there rose another generation after them which knew not the Lord, nor yet the works which he had done for Israel. So that first generation, Joshua the son of Nun, servant of the Lord, died being 100 years old, and they buried him. That first generation, that's talking about the ones that came in with Joshua.
Right. Right.
So
So it's not
So
saying
they
the
were-
generation right after them, right? It's just saying the generation that knew not the Lord. It says the
yeah,
generation after them.
that's a generation right after Joshua.
So, but it says that nor yet which the works that he had done for Israel. So that means they didn't tell them about. That means they didn't tell
Nor
them.
yet the works which he had done for which knew not the Lord.
You know,
To people on the side of the Lord. and
you know, when you look at
serve
the
Allah.
story, this is right after Joshua died. Like when you read in verse 8, it
Right.
says, and Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died being 110 years old. Remember, Moses said that we was going to be a rebellious nation. So I'm a little bit more farther ahead than you
I've been
in Genesis,
reading all
because
these-
Judges, because I'm in Judges too.
Okay.
But I'm like in the teens now, I think. And whenever you read it, you'll see Joshua died, and right after Joshua died, remember Moses passed, but right after Moses passed, you had Joshua that took the mantle right after. So it was good. Right after Joshua died, there wasn't anybody that just took the mantle right after he died. It was the Most High. So Most High was trying to see if we were going to be able to just govern ourselves through him with the laws without having a king or a leader per se, right? So when you read in Judges, whenever a king or a leader would pop up, it would be because we did exactly this.
Right.
And we forgot the Most High, we didn't care. Remember, when you say forget, does it mean that our people like literally just forgot all about the Most High? Like, who the hell is that?
No, it didn't.
Nah, we just forgot. When it says forgot, it just we forsook.
Which is verse 12.
Right.
We forsook what he wanted.
Read verse
Oh, yes.
12.
Yeah, and
So
they
they
forsook
did.
the Lord.
So they did know. They were taught.
Yeah.
They forsook. When it said that they didn't, which knew, nor yet the works which he had done for Israel, and the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord. They just forsook it. They didn't give it no regard.
Right.
Like, I don't know about that. Like when it said,
what does that have to do with me?
like when it said that the Egyptians, right? When we were in Egypt, and it said there rose up a Pharaoh that knew not.
Right.
He knew not Joseph.
Yeah,
That was Joseph.
So he knew not Joseph.
definitely Joseph.
Definitely knew about Joseph. That's who saved his whole life, his whole lineage. He knew about Joseph. He just didn't pay him no mind. He gave him no respect, no regard. Yeah, it was generations removed, but he didn't care. He was like, who's that nigga?
You know, when you look back at verse 10, it says, and also all that generation were gathered unto their fathers, right? And there arose another generation after them, which knew not the Lord. So when you look at that, you got to highlight that part, which knew not the Lord.
Yes,
There's a lot of Israelites right now that know they're Israel, but do they really know the Father? No, they don't.
Nope.
Do they? Because it goes back to the scripture that says, "Ever learning but never able to come to."
Damn, that just popped in my head. Yep.
Yeah, the knowledge of the truth.
Right in my head.
If you don't really know the knowledge of the truth, then do you really and truly know the Father? it's like he was saying earlier, and he was going in about how you have Israelites, they'll be on social media, they'll be doing this, they'll be doing that. Like, Khan, you know of the Father, but do you really know the Father? Because if you knew the Father, you wouldn't be moving like that. Right. You wouldn't be an Israelite moving like that. So when you look at this right here, all it's pretty much saying is that we forsook the Most High. Okay. That's why a judge rose up, and then when you keep reading, you'll see we went into slavery for like a short amount of time. Right. A short amount of time, meaning like 8 to like 40 years or 50 years or 70 years. And then the Most High rose us up a judge. Yeah, right. He delivered all of us. And then right after that judge dies, we forsake the Most High, and we do it all over again.
Every man did what was right in his own eyes.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why we, all these judges we had, and then we went into the kings, right?
Right.
Right, because after the judges didn't work, we didn't like that level of rulership. We said, give us a king like how the Moabites and Ammonites had a king, right? But then what happened? We got a king, and then it still said, and every man did what was right in his own eyes, even with kings. Yeah. Kings went off, and men followed kings. So was it that the generation before wasn't taught nothing? Of course not. Of course that wasn't the case. Everything here was written down for them.
Right.
So it didn't matter what happened. They had the Ark of the Covenant, right? They had the tablets. Mm-hmm. They knew what was going on, the history.
They had the Levites that were trained.
They had elders, not just Joshua. Check this out. You read Joshua, read verse 8. Read verse.
Where we at?
Where you at?
I was still at Judges.
Oh, I don't know why I went to Joshua. Judges chapter 2, right?
Come on.
Read verse 7.
Joshua chapter 2, verse 7.
Right?
And the people served the Lord all the days of Joshua.
So the people served all the days of Joshua. Go ahead.
And all the days of the elders that outlived Joshua.
See that? There was elders that outlived Joshua. What were the elders doing?
They were serving the Most High.
Serving the Most High and teaching. Go ahead.
Who had seen all the great works of the Most High.
Right.
That he did for Israel.
So the next generation didn't know about it.
Right.
Because there were men that outlived Joshua. He died at 110. The next generation came. You still have elders from that first generation. It was set up like that on purpose.
So
it was set up like that on purpose so that way y'all could be taught and make a decision.
Right.
You see that even when you deal with the wilderness, what happens? If we walk for 40 years, that first generation died. Except for Caleb and Joshua, who were there to do what?
To get the people into the Holy Land.
But they had to show them and teach them.
Yeah, the word of the Most High.
Right.
Question.
Uh-huh.
So the Most High actually told Moses to get Joshua, to wean Joshua, basically, to teach him.
Yeah, Joshua rode with Moses for like 40 years.
Right, because I was reading, I've been through all Joshua. I've been through. Okay, so he didn't do that for Joshua. So basically, he's having us trying to govern ourselves.
When you say he didn't do that for Joshua, he didn't give him like a wingman?
Yeah, like a wingman, like that.
Well, yeah, because after Joshua, then it's just a bunch of.
It's funny. I thought about the same thing when I was reading. I was like, damn, Most High did that with Moses, but he didn't do it with Joshua. And the reason being was because Moses was leading us out of Egypt. So after Moses led us out of Egypt, he died. Joshua led us into the land, and helped with the establish.
And the instruction was already given what to do.
So like after Joshua left, right?
We were supposed to basically go into the land of Canaan and live prosperously,
and govern ourselves
through the law.
Through the law,
right?
Okay, so we didn't have no king over us.
No, we weren't supposed to have a king.
Okay. All right.
But the people went into the land of Canaan and did what? The total opposite of what was commanded.
Right.
So that's why now you need tutors and governors to instruct you. He got something, though. What you got?
Go to Judges chapter 6.
Because he's been in the book of Judges a lot lately.
Yeah, go to Judges 6. Is this it? Damn, I had sent it to us. Oh yeah, it's Judges 8. It's Judges 8. Go to Judges chapter 8, verse 22.
Judges 8, chapter 8, verse 22.
So keep in mind, the Most High had Moses lead us out of Egypt.
Oh my gosh!
Right. And then Joshua lead us out, like finish the job pretty much, right?
Right, he gets us in there.
So then read Judges 8 and 22.
Because, we got Gideon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got all these great men that start to rise up. You got Gideon, right, perfect. Go ahead.
Then the men of Israel said unto Gideon, Rule thou over us.
So now Gideon delivered us. There was actually a whole bunch of other people that delivered us up until this point, but Gideon delivered us, right? So now our people, they're saying to him, rule over us. Read.
Oh, because before this it was Deborah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It was Deborah, right? Go ahead.
But thou, and thy son, and thy son's son also, for thou hast delivered us from the hand of Midian.
So think about it. Right here, he said not just Gideon. He said you, your son, your son's son. So they're pretty much saying, listen, your lineage, let your lineage rule over us. So it's like our men went to Gideon like, be our king. Because then remember, when the king dies, his son takes over.
Right.
And then when his son dies, then the other son takes over. So that son's son takes over. So it's pretty much, that's what our people was trying to do. We tried to set up Gideon, but look, read on.
And Gideon said unto them, I will not rule over you.
Gideon was like, nope, read on.
Neither shall my son rule over you.
Go ahead.
The Lord shall rule over you.
And that's what it was. See, Moses ruled over us to help move us out of the land of Egypt. And Joshua, pretty much the same. Joshua just finished the job. Because remember, Moses couldn't go into Egypt. Okay. So Joshua helped finish the job. And then after Joshua, well, the Lord was supposed to rule over us.
Right.
See? So that's how it was. That's why the Most High didn't give Joshua somebody like how the Most High gave Joshua to Moses.
Right.
That's why he didn't give Joshua somebody, because then after Joshua got somebody, then that person that Joshua got, he was going to need somebody, and then he was going to need somebody, and then it would have been like a king.
It would have defeated this purpose right here of the
Okay.
Lord ruling over us. And then what happened? We start getting wicked anyway.
Right.
And we asked for a king. Oh, y'all want one? Who was the first king? Saul.
Right.
Second king, David. And then, Solomon.
Right.
Rehoboam, Jeroboam, kingdom split. Like, it just went bad from there. We were supposed to look at the Lord. We were supposed to look at Yahweh Shai, the Most High, but we looked at man. Remember, when Moses went up to the Mount Sinai, what did they say? To Aaron, make us a god. We don't know what happened to Moses.
Right.
We were carnal-minded. We wanted a god in the form of flesh. So he said, make us gods for us, because we don't know what happened to this man Moses. And what did they do? Golden calf.
Yep.
Yeah, so,
I understand.
yeah, good question.
Yeah.
But yeah, to sum it up, the generation after, they did know. There were elders there to teach them. They decided to do their own thing and said every man did what was right in his own eyes.
I gotta start writing down questions. I have a lot of questions, man.
But that's good. That means you're reading.
So you know, it's funny. I asked myself that same question when I was reading it too. I was like, damn. So Joshua died, and that was it. Like Most High didn't appoint nobody.
Nope.
But
When I read it, it hit me more like how like when you're talking with your grandfather,
yeah,
and they're talking about some kind of old baseball player or some old football player, and it's like, oh, okay, but I don't see him as the level as this dude right here. I just hear about him. Like I don't really know him like that.
yeah.
That's how I read it. Like they didn't experience the Most High in the same way that the elders experienced the Most High, so they didn't regard the Most High the same way.
Yeah, they weren't there.
Point, yeah.
They weren't there. It's like you tell these new generation cats about like Michael Jordan. They're like, nah, we ain't hearing that. We talking about LeBron and Kobe. But guess what? The next cat's gonna come around, and then when their kids have kids, they're gonna be like, LeBron who? They're gonna be talking about LeBron's sons more than LeBron.
You know,
if his sons make it.
You know, it's funny that's how you know the world.
That's true.
The world and the glory of the world and like what people give themselves to in the world, it ain't worth nothing, because like once your generation passes, that's it.
It's 10 years and you're a has-been.
Yes, sir.
10 years removed from anything, you're a has-been. Everybody forgets about you. The glory is faded away. Everything's gone. So I mean, it's the same thing. It's all vain. What else we got? Anything online? I had a preset. Mark I'm learning. Blessing. Anything else? Nothing? All right. I guess we'll end it here with the reading and questions. Again, if I got questions, man, I see y'all throw them in the chat. Always feel free to ask your questions. We'll try to answer them the best we can according to the Bible. You know how we get down. If that's it, no questions. I mind you, Kwadam, rise and face the east. Let's close out the Sabbath with prayers. Oh, old bones. Even to sit here for all this time, you got to work out. You got to be in shape, man.
Mental shape.
Like race car drivers.
Yeah, they got to be in shape.
They got to sit down for 8 hours. Well, you got to be in shape to be a race car driver.
Yeah.
Think
You
about
know
it.
how much water they sweat? They said they sweat like
Gallons. Yeah.
They got pee bottles.
All that. But you got to be in shape to be a race car driver.
They do.
Hey, get the children in here.
They pee into their suit.
Do they?
Yeah, because they don't have time to get up and go take a pee break.
So they just be stinking.
They pee and poop in their suit. Yeah. They pee and poop in their suit.
Oh no,
Don't do a cleanse.
I ain't doing that. I'm on a fast. Yeah. I gotta look that up. Really?
Yeah, I remember that race car is hot as hell. So they have the little thing. They got water hooked up in there where they just drink the water from the hose. So they got in their suit. They have something that they got to use the restroom. Remember, they don't got time to get out and
I know
switch.
that.
Pee break.
I didn't think about that.
So they pee into their suit, and they also poop into their suit if they have to.
what?
They poop
See,
into their suit if they have to.
you're lost as I am. Like,
Remember,
you got grown men just pooing on themselves.
remember, NASCAR is for hours.
Yeah.
That's hours that they're driving around for. It's not drag
That's what I'm
racing. It's
saying.
not drag racing.
There ain't no championship that important where I gotta defecate myself.
I take a pit stop myself.
Right?
There's no Israelite NASCAR drivers.
But that's why, yeah.
The reason why I won.
All right. Go ahead.
She cried her eyes out. Barakatah Yahuwah.
Barakatah Yahuwah.
Salakia. Barakatah Yahuwah.
Barakatah Yahuwah.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Babu Kushai.
Babu Kushai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Noah.
Noah.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Ma'aka Allah.
Ma'aka Allah.
Wa. Ha'ala Ayim.
Ahalayim.
Shamar Al.
Shamar Al.
Barak.
Barak.
Magan. Hagan. Wa. Aishah. Zak. Ha'aim. Yashar Allah. Also sent unto us. Much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. Much love. Spiritual powers. And forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. The water. Yad. Aman.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahuwah. Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahuwah. Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahuwah. Hashem Yahweh Shai. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashad. Yashar Allah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
This is Psalm chapter 92. If anybody wants to get anointed, of course, y'all know we will anoint at the end. It is It's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
Give thanks unto Yahweh.
Give thanks unto Yahweh.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
Thou Yahweh.
Thou Yahweh.
Make me glad through thy word.
And make me glad through thy words.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the
And
grass.
when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that day.
It is that day.
Shall be destroyed forever.
Shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
Below thine enemies.
Below thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Below thine enemies.
Below thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn.
But my horn.
Shall be exalted.
Shall be exalted.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eyes also shall see.
My eyes also shall see.
My desire and mine enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And mine ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar of Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar of Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
Shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness
And there is no righteousness
in him.
in him.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
This is Psalm chapter 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Malawad.
Malawad.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Nah. Matzawad.
Matzawad.
Wamad.
Wamad.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hashaman.
Hashaman.
Hatzawad.
Hatzawad.
Al.
Al.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Al Hazakon.
Al Hazakon.
Zakon.
Zakon.
Aharon.
Aharon.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al Payad.
Al Payad.
Wadawathiwa.
Wadawathiwa.
Katol.
Katol.
Karam 1.
Karam 1.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al.
Al.
Harayah.
Harayah.
Desire 1.
Desire 1.
Kayad.
Kayad.
Shum.
Shum.
Tazawad.
Tazawad.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
At.
At.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayam.
Kayayam.
I will Aman.
Aman.
Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment that ran down upon the head. Excuse me. It is like the precious ointment that ran. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Water?
The water.
Come
Aman.
All right, let's circle up. Sisters have a seat. Let's circle up.
Beneficial, I'm not. Rah!
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. Rock it down.
Number time. Let's turn to face the sisters.
I think he's going to lead us in the war room, baby.
Right? Call it.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, beneficial, I'm not. Hurrah!
Yahweh Shema, thank you, Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Number time. Let's say shalom to everybody online.
Shalom!
I know y'all hear Noah. He was louder than me. Shalom. We'll see y'all back here on Monday.
Dad, that's what you were doing. We're making the fruits of the Spirit.
Read.
Oh my God. So, I just got one question.
The scepter would never leave Judah. The scepter would never leave Judah.